Well. Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Another day, another stream. We're streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Thank you guys, anyone who joins throughout the stream. Shout out to my cats, or one of them, Nala, for joining the stream. I thought for a second, oh wait, she might leave. Well, you know what? I gave her a shout out, so I can't rescind it. So shout out to Nala for hanging out with us on today's stream to start with. So, you know, more than I can ask for. Meanwhile, Kimbap, I have no idea where he is. I just fed both of them, so they're kind of just doing their thing. So hello, Nala. And then maybe at some point we'll say hi to my other cat. Wow, look at how adorable she is, though. What a princess you are, Nala. Yes. I could just do a stream of just my cats, and I'm sure people would prefer that. You know, it is what it is. Oh, we can see Kimbap pop. You know, he was poking his head just for a second there. Good boy. Good boy, Kimbap. All right, we'll see if he pops in. Anyways, where were we? Yeah, we're gonna have a fun day today. Every day has been fun. Today is the 159th stream, I believe, since I started back in the summer of last year. So yeah, we're making progress, you know, doing our thing. I'm also streaming a little bit early today. It's almost 6 p.m. What do you say 10 till 6? I think it's the language I follow. So it's 10 to 6, which is a bit earlier than I have been doing. You know, in the past it was like around 7:30, 8-ish that I've started. So we'll see if this trend continues. But part of the reason I'm starting early is because I have a lot of photos and videos that I need to edit. And when I'm doing these edits, there's no shortcut. So I figured I might as well stream while I'm doing it. So yeah, it is what it is. All right. What else? Do I have everything set up here? Before we kick off the stream, just you know, quick little introduction to who I am for anyone who's new. So I am Yobel. I go by YobelPrize online. I focus on wildlife and travel content. I started off in photography, and then going from like travel photography to wildlife photography to then doing wildlife videography. Focus more on the short form, so imagine like your TikToks and Instagram reels and stuff like that. If you want to see my work, you can obviously, by all means, go to my Instagram channel. Actually, let's type that in there, !Instagram. So that's kind of where I started my journey as a content creator, was over on the Instagram side of things. And then from photography to short form videos, after dabbling in that for a little bit, where I actually really enjoyed the process, I decided I wanted to be a bit more serious with the approach. Therefore, I decided to open up a YouTube channel. And what used to be a world that I didn't think I could ever enter, which is doing this kind of long form content, telling long form stories and all that kind of stuff, I decided what's stopping me from trying. And thankfully, the baby steps I took throughout this journey allowed me to feel confident enough to get started on that. So I started a YouTube channel maybe 2 years ago or so, in terms of when I took it seriously. And then we've been traveling the world for the past 2 years, and I've got over 100 terabytes. At this point, it's probably like 120, 130, 150 terabytes worth of travel footage that I was accumulating from those 2 to 3 years of traveling. And so anytime I came back home, I was like, holy crap, I have to go through all the footage, right? So after I finished the big bulk of the set travels that I had, I decided, let me just stop traveling, sit my ass at home, and start editing all through the 100 terabytes. And to treat my YouTube seriously at that point, since I was traveling, I couldn't publish there. Then I was like, okay, let's start creating some content. Hello, good afternoon to Daytor. Daytor says good afternoon. Guten afternoon to you, Daytor. Thanks for hopping on. You're always on my stream, so I really appreciate the support. Thank you for finding value in whatever it is that I talk about and show. I'm just giving a quick little introduction. I figure I should do this more often at the start of each stream. But yeah, so then I stayed at home, and as I'm editing through 100 terabytes of footage, I figured why not turn on my cameras and go live during the process. I already had the setup, I already had the cameras, everything for the YouTube channel, so why not test out doing live streams? And my ultimate goal has always been that I want to go live when I'm traveling, or what they call the IRL streamers. And I wanted to do that, but in my own flavor, which is doing IRL in the wild. So rigging up Jeeps, rigging up boats, getting you guys to join me when I'm in national parks. And that was always a kind of a tall order, a little bit of a pipe dream when I initially thought about this, because the places I go don't have good internet, right? You're in the middle of a park. There's not really like reception, which is key to doing a stream. However, with the advent of things like Starlink and so on, now it's becoming more feasible. So this is something you should look forward to if you continue watching my channel. We will be starting to test out this concept of live streaming from the national parks. So I'll take you guys with me when we're chasing after cheetahs and lions and so on. That should be hopefully it should be anytime in the next few months, because I have already got a partner lined up for safari operations to make it a reality. So anyways, that's kind of been my journey. And in the meantime, when I'm not traveling, I'm using it to edit my photos and videos, and you guys get to kind of hop in, see the process, help me out as well, because I've been in the past year, I've been starting to put a more serious lens into filmmaking. So how do I actually learn the art of cinematography? How do I learn the art of storytelling? How do I go from shooting random moments from my travels for a travel vlog and turn that into preparing in advance a thesis or an idea of what exactly a story I want to tell, and then shoot with intent and purpose when I go travel, and hopefully with a budget, right? So that is the journey you get to see as if you tune into my streams, you'll see me learning that. So here's the deal. When I'm streaming, usually what's going to happen is I'll be doing a mixture of editing photos and videos. So right now I'm hoping I'll be finished with Mongolia photos today. That is the dream. We've been working through them over the past week or so. So ideally I'll finish all the rest of my Mongolia photos, and then I can proceed to going through my Uganda videos. So right now I'm just trying to color grade all of these shots of different moments I captured while traveling, and so then that could be turned into some future content on my YouTube channel. So those are the two goals for today. And while I'm editing photos and videos, I've got a bunch of YouTube videos lined up where I usually like to watch. I'm very much a multitasker by nature. You can blame it on the undiagnosed ADHD that I've diagnosed myself with. But yeah, so as we edit, we'll be watching random videos. And usually the videos are whatever I feel like watching, to be honest, but it's generally around filmmaking, the art of filmmaking, things that are inspirational or could help me be better at my craft. So today, I think what we have lined up is a few of those types of videos. I think I have some about wildlife photography, and then I think I have some videos about the new DaVinci Resolve firmware update, which allows you to edit photos within DaVinci. So that could be of interest to me to master. So we got some of those kind of videos lined up. Now, before we go any further into that though, I do like to start off the stream with just a fun little game, the dial.gg/sound, and then not ChatGPT, I want chess. So this is kind of my little warm up before I get too bogged down into like all the photo edits and stuff. So we'll do, I'm not a gamer, right? I love video games, but I'm not like a professional gamer by any means, but I do love playing these random stuff like this sound game. So this one, we're going to put it in hard mode. Let me turn up the volume and let's test out my ears. Boom. Now, my excuse if I end up doing poorly is my laundry machine is running behind me, so it's making all kinds of noises, all right? That's my excuse. Oof. Speaking of which, let's restart that. That was not a good start. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Yo, yo. Over on the Kick side, was it? Well, I appreciate it. Oh, I think it's one of you guys. Man, Kick is it's a whole other beast. You know, you guys are always out there spamming things. I keep wanting to make Kick a thing for me in terms of like testing out these different platforms. Oh shoot, I should pay attention. Shoot, I wasn't paying attention. Let's hope this is close. Oh my god. Okay, that's not fair. Okay, I got distracted. Let's do it again. Jesus. Okay, not my best. Much better, all right. Okay. Their ranking system is still broken, but I had a few good ones, few bad ones. You know what? I'm gonna blame it on, again, my washing machine is just going crazy behind me. I should have done the laundry before I started stream, but you know, sometimes you forget how to be a streamer. All right, so moving on. Let me just get a couple games of chess in here. All right, so the goal is to get 2 dubs. Okay, I want to win 2 out of 3 games. And this is just my way to detox. Okay, I gotta be careful here because I know he's doing some kind of trick play, which is not good. I forget what the sequence is. Like, he's clearly doing something to... Okay, I know what it is. If I try to do this, he'll... Okay. I remember now. Sneaky bastard, you know? He knows that I know. He's still going for it, though. Shoot. I'm not really sure what to do here. He's got me in a bind because he's doing one of these trick plays, and I don't know enough about how to defend against it. I just know I've gotten trapped in that trick play too many times to count. Obviously, he's trying to go after my rook and, like, you know. But in order for him to get the rook, he's got to move his knight a certain way. And the only advantage he can get is 1 extra pawn. So he'll sacrifice his knight and his bishop for a stupid play, if I'm not careful, though. I think I'll push. All right. I think if I just keep pushing, I need to keep attacking his queen. But things are precarious because obviously my At any point he could just attack that. So I gotta see what to do. How do I stop him from attacking that? There really isn't much of an option here for me. Besides just constantly pushing. Okay, at the very least I can save my knight. The rook is a done deal. Oh shoot. Oh no, I'm okay. I'm okay. I thought I just left my knight out to dry. This is not the cleanest game for sure. What to do? I need to threaten his queen. I'm assuming he's gonna check my king here. Fine by me. He's gonna try to double up. Okay, no, it's fine. Let's just keep attacking the queen. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do do do. I'm running out of time. We're in desperate play mode. Dang it. All right, I wasn't doing too well in that one anyways. I did redeem myself towards the end, but I ran out of time. It is what it is. All right. Don't worry guys, I'm going to win the next two. All right. I did put him in a little bit of a pickle, which I'm happy with. All right, but we're both kind of doing some weird pretzeling, and I'm probably doing a worse pretzel than he is. So I gotta be more careful here. Basically, I'm trying to attack this queen. And I'm trying to overwhelm him with a bunch of just random attacks so he loses track of what's going on. Alright, I'm just applying a pressure to this knight just to annoy him. Sometimes half the battle is just being as annoying as possible to get them. Okay, but he got me. I missed that. But it's okay. We're gonna keep pushing. Obviously, I'm going after this plot, get a checkmate right there. So he sees right through it, but it's okay. Because I think I'm going to run... I think I should win on this kind of attrition game here. Because I've got the bishop pointing there. Do we accept the trade? I think so. And then boom. What to do, what to do. We're gonna protect this pawn and this pawn now. And then I'll start doubling up, I think. Oh, and I'm also protecting this pawn. Okay, we're in a good spot, boys. We'll take a free pawn and protect this pawn at the same time. What to do? I think I'll let him take it. Let's see what he takes it with first. Let's see what he does. I'm up by 2, so we're in a okay position here. I gotta be careful about his knight, obviously. I think I'm going to... Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna... War of attrition, baby. I just need to get one of his rooks off the map. Because it's a little bit scary. Okay, I accept that as well. I think the trade-offs are actually, they should work in my favor. So he's probably going to check me in a second. Okay, fair enough. Let's check him. Let me check him again. Okay, I gotta be careful here. Okay, he can't check me now. Because my queen is at least protecting that spot. So we're in an okay spot. He can check me there, but that's okay. I accept that. Now I gotta be careful here. Oh, I'm running out of time too. Okay, it's fine. There we go. The queens are off the map. I have the advantage, but not on time, so I gotta be careful. Oh, shoot. I messed up big time. It's okay. I can still win on time. I can't believe I messed up like that. Okay, at least it's a draw. I accept the draw. Oh, this guy. He's just being an asshole. He wants to win on time. Well, either way, it's a draw, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Idiot. Loser. Okay. One more. Come on. I accept the draw. You know what? I have to edit some photos, so. Alright, so I have one draw, one loss. Let's just get one dub, and we can move on. I just gotta play fast. Fast and loose, boys. Okay, my sense is this guy is a bit, he doesn't like to sacrifice pieces because he wasn't willing to sacrifice earlier. So now I'm gonna basically taunt him, or I'm bluffing that I want to sacrifice my queen for his. Do I really want to? I mean, not necessarily, but I'm not opposed to it. Okay, let's see. So I will take. And now he split his pawns. And now I need to make sure all my pawns are on white pieces if possible, so that his bishop can't attack them. Okay. So I'm gonna lose this game, aren't I? No, okay. I should be okay. If he wants to go for it, I should still eke out, because I'll get this pawn back. Two can play that game, is what I'm saying. Although I do end up losing. Dang it. Okay, let's see what I can do. I'm down by 1. If I'm him, I'm pushing that pawn forward, because he's about to win. Dang it. I gave him too many ideas. Alright, I'm still losing this, but at the very least, I'm delaying the inevitable. Dang it. This guy's good. This guy's too good. Okay, I resign. Let me just get one dub, okay? What's my rating right now? Okay, so yesterday I think yesterday I was in the 1700s. Today I've dropped to mid 1600s. You know, it's the game we play. I mentioned, like, I mean, I've basically stayed at this rating for like basically a year now. I'm definitely never going to improve. I'm always going to stay around this area, 16 to 1700. We're targeting this pawn right there. What are you gonna do? Back your bishop back just to save that pawn? That's okay. I'll take it anyways. Now his knight is hanging, so he's gotta be careful. Should I do this? This could be risky. I'm gonna do it anyways. I do have one exit valve. Because if he pushes this pawn, I was like, oh, am I going to get trapped by being too cocky? There's still a chance I will be trapped, maybe. Oh, or even worse, I guess I completely missed that. It's okay. We'll threaten his queen. So at least we're still even. So I'm not in a worse off position. I just squandered an advantage I had, which is unfortunate, but, you know, what can you do? Let's see if he goes for trade-offs now. And I want to try to work fast here. So at the very least, I can win on time, even if I make some silly mistake. Okay, now he's got his white bishop left. I've got mine on black. His knight can only go backwards for now. What to do? From my perspective, I'm willing to trade off pieces. I'm okay getting rid of our queens. I'm curious what he's open to doing. I think he's going to move his queen to double up on this pawn. I see it coming. He's going to move his queen to here. Watch. Okay. We'll keep watching. Trade off? Trade off? Okay, this guy is a bit of a coward. Okay, I can live with that reality. I want to go for the fork. I have to get rid of this knight here, though. Let's see how to do that. If he just moves his knight, I have a beautiful fork. Okay, not anymore, but what can I still do? I can still threaten. And he's got a minute left, so I'm up by a few seconds. Okay, okay. Let's just keep going fast. Yeah, he's stun locked. He's got analysis paralysis. Now I'm hoping he goes after my rook here, not remembering that my queen is protecting the rook. But I'm also okay trading off pieces here. Okay, no. Let's go crazy with it, yeah? I'm just going full threat mode right now. I believe this is what the young generation calls goblin mode, if I'm not mistaken. But we're going full goblin mode. He's got 20 seconds left. All right. I think he's falling into my trap a little bit. Not fully, but let's see. Maybe in the next move. I'm trying to go for a fork here. Okay, let's go for a trade-off. I'm okay to trade. He's got 16 seconds left. Trade? At this point, he's going to start trading, I think, just because he's running out of time. So that works to my advantage. Idiot. All right, we win. We win. Ooh, I gotta be careful there. I almost fell for his trap, but he's out of time. We're good. Sorry, Nala. I freaked her out there with my clapping. Good girl. Good girl. It's okay. Yeah, go back to sleep. Good girl. Okay, finally. We're done. Now, let's get into work mode. Where were we? Let's do a quick little recap of what I edited yesterday. I think yesterday was a fun day of edits for me. We started with roughly here, was that? Okay, let's check it out. So this one I was struggling with a little bit, I'm gonna be honest. I couldn't figure out how to get a good color grade on this one. This is what we ended up with. I'm fairly happy with it, but it wasn't my easiest task, if I'm being honest. I did a black and white version of it, just, you know, sometimes with silhouettes, it could look nice for black and white, because obviously when you're shooting against the sun, sometimes the story is more about the silhouette as it is the actual, like, details in the shadows. So 2 versions. Then the next 3 photos I'm really happy with, because like I said before, I'm testing out a new style of edits where I'm now, instead of doing one second, instead of doing like full screen 16 by 9 or 3 by 2 aspect ratio for my photos. I am now testing doing more of these kind of like super, I don't know what the right terms are, but like a super wide angle perspective. So I think some of these shots were either in 16 by 5 or 2.4 by 1. So kind of like that letterbox style is what they say, right? Or like when you watch a film in cinemas, in theaters. And normally you see this a lot with film, but you don't seem to see it a lot with photography, in my opinion, or at least in my naive perspective. I don't see it oftentimes in this kind of a format. So I figure, why not try new things? Why not be creative with it? Photography isn't really where I'm focusing my energy these days anyways. So to keep things interesting, I do want to challenge myself or try different perspectives. So this is going to be the new challenge for me for my upcoming travels as I edit photos. Can I almost consistently apply this kind of wide angle standard to all my photos and see if I can make that a stylistic choice? So this one I cropped in quite a bit. We went with this approach, and if you are interested, this is what the original photo looked like. So you can see here taking a bit of I rotated slightly just to level it out, and then cropped in, removing the horse almost entirely and making the story more about the eagle on the left, hunter on the right. So yeah, for context. I did that for the next few shots, so you can see keeping the same consistent framing. And then the third one is when it comes in for the landing, and now the hunter's not really the subject at all, but you get this nice wide, how would you say? The word that keeps coming to my mind is splay, but you have like this, the splayed out wings of the eagle, if that's even a word, or maybe I just made it up. And yeah, it's during sunset, so I'm able to, factor in and keep a lot of this nice coloring in the background. And so yeah, anyways, that was the thought process there. Then just a few more shots here. I didn't think I did much with this photo. Yeah, same with this. I just kind of like kept it somewhat normal, or I didn't do anything crazy with it. This one I went crazy with it. I used one of my presets, and it does make the sky, or like the background, look like it's on fire. And I don't do a lot of these kind of crazy edits usually for my wildlife stuff, animal nature, whatever. But I figure, why not keep one of my photos in this kind of vein, where technically all I'm doing is exaggerating the sunset bouncing off the textures of the mountains behind the eagle. And so that's what you're seeing there. I don't think I really edited much on this one besides just adjusting the shadows a bit. This one was a fun one because now I'm shooting with, I'm assuming this was with the 20mm f1.8 lens, and so it's super wide angle, and you get an interesting perspective of the eagle looking, peering down at the camera. So it's almost comical, but again, I'm shooting with really nice colors behind because of the sunset, so it adds to the story a little bit. And then this is the one I put on today's YouTube thumbnail. Again, a cool shot of this eagle, and with one of my presets, I was able to really bring out the orange glow from the sunset behind the eagle. So, there you go. Then again, true to what I mentioned about the stylistic change that I'm making, and I guess what I'm pushing for and testing, I kept a few of these shots in that ultra wide angle perspective. So intentionally cropping off part of the eagle's head, but maintaining the focus on, of course, that kind of death stare that it's providing. And in my opinion, it gives a nice element to it. What is the original? Yeah, so then I really chopped off quite a bit on this one. But in my opinion, like if I did a framing where I kept the entire head of the eagle, I don't know how much more it adds to the story or not. It's a cool looking head, all right, I'll give you that, eagle. But I think the laser eyes is a little bit more interesting. Now in this shot, the eyes are not in focus, but I think it's, in some ways, actually this is a nice test for me, because my hypothesis is that even though the eyes are not in focus, I believe to the average viewer, it's forgivable because we fill in the gaps. I feel like we subconsciously do this all the time, right? You fill in the gaps based on what you perceive as your expectations of the world. So even though technically the eyes are not sharp, you clearly know that these are eyes, and there's enough reflection of like bouncing off, like the light is bouncing off part of the eye. So I think it's just enough that an average viewer will see this and not even care that the eyes aren't focused. They won't even think of that. Like your mind will just jump to more of like the, whoa, this is a close-up of this crazy eagle that's glaring at me. And not like, oh wait, how come the eyes are not sharp? And especially because of the close-up angle of this, I think that is also maybe allows a bit of forgiveness with the eyes being blurry. Because if you imagine a person is standing, you know, a few inches from your face, it's the same kind of concept where you would imagine the person will look blurry because your eyes just can't adjust to that close of a focus, right? So I think maybe subconsciously it's okay that it's slightly blurry, or not even slightly, very, very blurry. But I'm also bullshitting when everything I'm saying, so what can you do? What's happening, my friend? Cyronius says, good morning, friends. So shout out to Cyronius. Oh, I forgot you're in Austin. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I don't know when I'm coming back to the States, but ideally, there's a chance I might be coming back in the next 1 to 2 months, fingers crossed. And if I am, ideally, I want to make it back home to my home state where my family, friends still live, which will take me to the Southwest. So maybe I'll hop over there and we can do like an IRL test of streaming. Yeah. Anyways, how are you doing, Cyronius? And thanks again for sending over those details to me of that server. I have no idea what's going on in that server, though. I have no idea exactly what it is that you sent me. So I'll need a little bit of a explainer given to me. My brain just doesn't compute a lot of things like that. One thing my brain is computing on this shot, though, is I feel like even though I think I lined it up so it's fairly even, because this could be just because the lighting is on the right side of the face. Part of me, when I looked at the shot, it looked a little bit too weighted to the right, and so that's a little bit of like a illusion, right? Because when I look at the framing here, it looks to be fairly balanced in terms of the beak, but again, because the left side of the face is mostly dark, I think I'm adding more weight subconsciously to the right side. So I think I need to actually shift the eagle a little more to the left. So I'll break what's actually true in terms of where the middle point is. But yeah, actually, I think I was correct, because now it feels a little bit more balanced to me, even though technically it's imbalanced. Saroni says, I'm good. LOL, I'd be happy to run it down if you're curious. Yeah, I'm very curious. Do I need to... yeah, help me understand. Is this something like to do like voice calls? Is that what it's about? Or... I'm gonna be honest, I barely had time to read everything. Help me out, help a brother out. I would love to do more voice kind of calls for sure. You know, I like streaming, but it'd be fun to stream with other people. There's an added value to that. I swear I'm a social person, but man, the way I live my day-to-day, it does feel at times like, damn, do I remember what it's like to talk to a human being? Here's my next photo. I didn't do too many crazy edits. Actually, maybe I did, but I'm not going to adjust it too much. I might adjust a little bit on the crest of the eagle there, the top, because it looks like some of the shading I need to mask a bit better. So let me go ahead and do that now. So let's extend the background. Alright, so I'm just going to grab a bit of the background that wasn't captured by the AI subject detection. There we go. So it doesn't stand out in this shot. There we go. I think that's good enough, right? One thing I have to learn is to be faster with these things. So, okay, cool. So this is a cool little portrait shot of the two. My guest, Dennis, smoking away. This dude smokes so much. We joke that every photo I have of him, he's like puffing on a cigarette. Saronius says it's a way to do voice calls. All right, my instinct was correct. But also account for the delay that's due to IRL streaming. Interesting. So even though there's a 2+ second difference in timing from the IRL streamer, the audio and the visuals line up perfectly on stream. The Discord bot essentially sits in the channel with you, capturing the audio. You can then start your bridge that gives you OBS browser sources that you control. Each individual can have their own bridge with their own visuals and delay settings. Interesting. I'm like catching maybe 1/3 of everything you said. It made sense reading it out loud, but like, you know, in terms of the actual technicals of it all, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm nodding along without really knowing. I guess maybe I'll put it into, I'll just try to visualize then in terms of what I understand. Let's say you're saying that if I were to travel to Kenya and I'm gonna do my wildlife IRL stream, and let's say we rig up the Jeep, the Starlink, blah, blah, blah. I've got the Bella box, you know, thanks to you. And I hit go live, and now it's calling out to my computer back home in Dubai. Then let's say stream is normal, everything's fine, but usually for that kind of stream, you're saying there would be like a couple seconds of delay, which would be a buffer for any time I lose connection. So then it's just like a buffer of a couple seconds maybe that people put in for IRL streaming. And then let's say during the stream, if we called you in, so I was like, hey, I'm gonna dial in Cyronius into the stream, then normally I would have to use Discord to call you. So I would have to use like the video or voice call within Discord. But then when I hit that button, it will link up to my OBS, where apparently I need to have some kind of browser source already available for that. I think that's where I get lost. I can give you a timestamp to see how it looks on Maple's stream. Yeah. I guess where I got lost in that chain of thought was my assumption is like if you want to do, I don't know, it seems like there's so many different ways that people do these video and voice calls, but one of the simplest sounds like it's Discord. And for Discord, you don't need any OBS anything. Is it just like the most bare bones method is you literally just have Discord open and then you click on a video or voice call. But then maybe if you want to apply those overlays where like the username's avatar pops up on the screen every time they talk, stuff like that, then you need some kind of OBS source, some third-party thing that will create that overlay. Saroni says, here's a link to a timestamp. Let's check this bad boy out. Yes, so the sources are unique to you. They don't change, but they require you to use the same Discord channel. All right, let's rewind.
Okay.
Shout out to our boy, Maple Glaze.
Oh, wait. How full am I right now? It's probably only like 400 gallons.
Mr. Maple.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh.
So, Cyronius, this is 100% something I was looking into. Like, I would love to have this concept. I'm assuming it's fairly straightforward, although, again, keep in mind I'm using a Mac. But maybe I do need to hook it up to my PC and do that weird chaining thing where I can use PC and Mac at the same time. Okay, so anyways, the point is you have this overlay. So then as people talk, it lights up.
How many more days do you have left on the farm?
7.
7? You only have 1 week left?
Yeah, I got.
Oh my god, so sad. It went so fast.
I know. Everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, Maple's back in Montreal." Unfollow. Not farm. No follow.
I'll be one of those people.
Okay, interesting. So then basically they're using the thing you're talking about. The Discord server, correction. Top right is me. No, obviously I know Cyronius is you, Cyronius. Stinky Duck is the other one. So then all of you guys are using this thing, this Discord bot. And then you need to have some kind of a browser source associated with that Discord bot. Put it into your OBS scene. And then within that browser source, you adjust the delays or something, or that's part of the bot will do it for you. Or no, I think you said you can start your bridge, then that gives you OBS browser sources that you control. Okay, so you start a Discord call, which then gives you an OBS browser source, which you then put into your... Wait, that doesn't seem right. Okay, so I'm lost. Daytor says Maple is a great guy. Yes, by all accounts, by all I've ever seen of the guy, he is very much the type of content creator you want more of in the world, not less. Sarnia says yes, so your bridge gets its own control panel. But then so you set it up one time in your OBS, and then when you start a call, you just start the call within Discord, and then that will just run, and then your OBS source just automatically is updated? Or do you have to manually change that OBS source every time you start what you call a bridge? Kavai's in the chat, says, hello, how are you? Puppies were born tonight. Yo, that's so crazy. Man, I wish I had a puppy. I've always been a dog lover. I just never had the opportunity to ever own a dog. I had a roommate who had a husky mix. It was the most adorable thing. But yeah, I never really had a dog. So to have a puppy, whew, sounds good though. Kavai, that's congrats to those puppies. I wonder if you're a dog sledding husky and it's like bred into your DNA to do that. I wonder if it's like when you see those videos of those the sheep herding puppies, where like even though they're puppies, they already know how to like stick their nose and like, you know, point it at the sheep and start to herd them and stuff. I wonder if the same thing applies to these huskies. When they see a piece of wood, they immediately think they're supposed to drag it across the snow. Saroni says, when you jump into voice call and then start your bridge, then the sources start working. Okay, so it sounds pretty seamless. So you have to jump into a voice channel. Sorry, I misread that. So, okay, I have a voice channel within my Discord, and then that is what's connected to the OBS source. And so then anytime that voice channel gets triggered by a call, it then triggers the bot to communicate to your OBS source, and then boom, it's connected. And then I would need to go into that OBS source and then play with the dials or sliders to figure out the right delays or something. Kavai says, thanks, sort of. Yeah, I know. I'm just making up stuff, but...
After all this time, you're like, wait, we could have been farming this whole time?
Now, things I need to just have a deep dive conversation with you, Cyronius, and Maple and all that to take notes. But I think I really like... because as I'm thinking through my wildlife streaming concept, so it sounds like he's rigged up, I don't know what kind of camera he's using, but he's got his one camera up, you know, to get a nice interior shot. For all I know, it could just be like, I don't know if it's like a action camera or maybe it's one of his mirrorless cameras. My assumption is it's not a mirrorless camera. Just because it might be too much work to set up a mirrorless for his thing. I have no idea. My guess is maybe lighter is better. So he might just have like a lightweight action camera or something. He's using a GoPro? Okay. Do you know that for sure? He's explained it already? If so, thanks for letting me know. But yeah. Oh no, Cyronius says the same thing. I think he's got a GoPro going on the stream. Yeah. GoPro with the smart arm. Yeah, perfect. Which makes a lot of sense. Like, why go crazy with it? Like the way I'm currently proposing to do it. If a GoPro works, if an Osmo Pocket works, why rock the boat? But part of my thinking is that I do want to rock the boat because it's like supposed to be a pilot, so I might as well see to what extent I can stretch the limits. So in the ideal scenario, I'm using, let's say, like a Nikon ZR hooked up, and I'll use my little small rig or whichever magic arm or magic clamp it to the roll bar of the Jeep, and then use a couple of those articulating magic arms to keep it more secure. That's one solution. And I do it just like this, but I'm just shooting with a mirrorless instead of a GoPro. And then I need one additional camera pointing forward for the forward perspective. And I see that Maples instead. Okay, I know Cyronius, you use like the wristband, right? You got that wristband attached to your arm, and that's what you use as a remote control to change your scenes and stuff. Cyronius says streaming wirelessly from the GoPro to the Bella box makes for easy repositioning and now cable management. Yeah, I'm assuming his Bella. Okay, so then his Bella box. Maybe it's either off screen or maybe it's next to him there. I have no idea. My assumption is, my assumption it must be this little thing next to him in the container or behind the seat, because I see. No, I guess no. That's a bad assumption. He's got his iPhone over here. He could just be charging it separately. So maybe the Bella box is somewhere out of the shot. He's got it in a bag on the ground. Okay, perfect. So then let's say this bag that's next to him, that's the Bella box. So he's got his GoPro hooked up to the front windshield. Maybe it's like a suction cup, because it's like a lightweight GoPro. And then that's plugged in, wired to the Bella box. Then he's got his iPhone wired to a charger, I'm assuming. And then the phone becomes his PC, a remote PC essentially. So he can monitor chat, messages, or whatever else. Then he's got his headset. And I'm curious, maybe the headset is then connected directly to that Bella box? Or no, I'm lost. Where would you hook up? Does he have a switcher or something? Or no? Okay, but in my circumstance, I would have a microphone as well. I don't need audio, so I would have so he's got a headset for both like input and output. Whereas for my needs, it's probably just a one-way thing. I just need a microphone so people can hear me. I don't necessarily need to hear others. His audio goes into the Bella box via a USB input. Okay. He's got the Sennheiser ME3. Gotcha. Interesting. I guess the benefit of that is that if you hook that up directly, oh no, I've got one of these gnats flying. I just saw a fly. Okay, sorry, got distracted. He's got TTS from his phone on the side there from Bluetooth. Talk to something, yeah? Yeah, I remember, because I've tuned into a few of his streams, and it sounds like when you type a message, he's got it programmed so it just says it out loud, so he doesn't have to read the message on his phone. It's just being voiced, which I think is a really cool feature. Maybe something I should consider as well. And then separately, I like, completely off topic, but I like that he does the text-to-speech. Gotcha, thank you. I don't know why I was missing that. I like that he's got some cool programs where if you type a specific word into the chat, it like triggers some sound effect or visual effect or something. I'm like, man, that's really cool. Yeah, anyways. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Point is, for my setup, let's imagine I have one ZR camera, mirrorless camera hooked up here with a wide angle lens, similar to what he's got to get this full screen view of, let's say, me sitting in the Jeep with my camera gears and whatever else. Then I would have a second camera next to that one, pointing forward for the front-facing perspective, and either using my iPhone hooked up to my wrist the way that you do it, Cyronius, that becomes my remote control if I need to switch screens. Alternatively, shout out to Swiss Army Cinema, who, depending on when the dates of this pilot would be, he might be able to join me. He might be able to remote control, or I think Cyronius, you mentioned this could technically be done by any third party outside of the actual stream itself. So someone else could be doing this remotely, potentially. But the point is, somebody's job is to switch scenes, switch camera angles when appropriate. So then, from this point of view, jumps to the front facing as the Jeep is moving forward. Maybe an elephant's crossing in front of the Jeep, so we want to switch to that camera angle. Then being able to switch to the third camera angle, which is my actual camera that I'm holding, which as of now, I've got that Hollyland 4K wireless HDMI. So that becomes the connector. Although I do still need to test the interference issue, because I remember last time there's a bit of interference you guys were telling me about when I was testing it in my home, where the audio, if I have microphone and this wireless HDMI, there is a chance that something interferes with each other, so it gets distorted. So I have to double check the channels or how I can separate that out. Other than that, oh yeah, and then of course, so Cyronius is helping me out to actually create the Bella Box solution, which would then be in a small little pouch. So same thing, I guess I would put that bag next to me, next to my chair, or next to my seat. And then the last piece of gear that I need would be the Starlink, which would be hooked up to the roof of the Jeep, plus my Nanook flight case, which would inside of which would be my Rodecaster video audio switcher, which is currently being built as we speak. And then that will have some fan intakes, filtration system, and then some other holders, so I could put like a portable SSD or some other things that I need. But it'll be protected inside the box so that it doesn't get hit with rain or dust or anything. So all of that put together means I should be able to run this stream without any issues. It all depends on how good of a connection I have. And then, yeah. So, sorry, it's been a while since I talked through this, so it was necessary for me to think through if I'm missing a key element there. And then the question becomes, can I, let's say as of now, the agreed upon time is 5 days for the test pilot. Is that an oxymoron? We need to make a visual? Yeah, you know, I need to just open up Canva. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. This could actually be very helpful for me. Hold on. I should be editing photos right now, but I think I did a similar task once before. I just used Canva because I know they have a bunch of templates. What would I call this? Wireframe maybe, or blueprint? Okay, a wireframe seems to work. Okay. Okay, this is a boring wireframe, but Cyrene says, I've got a meeting in about an hour. Would you want me to quickly show you how the Discord bot works? Yeah, for sure. Do I have to... well, am I able to do that during the stream right now? Is there any weirdness? If we test the voice call, I think I need to turn on my VPN first, because silly Discord thing. You said, yeah, we could? All right, let's test it out. Tell me what to do. No weirdness? All right, good. I'm weird enough, man. And I think, so it sounds like I should turn on VPN. Let me turn on my VPN right now. Sarni says that won't work in that case for Discord. What do you mean? Being weird or VPN? Wait, so you're saying if I have a VPN, oh, would the VPN disconnect my stream? I don't know. Should I test? I'm assuming if I turn on a VPN, there might be a disconnection for a second, but wouldn't it, assuming the connection comes back literally the next moment, I'm assuming my stream should continue? Unless I'm missing something. Because like for instance, I've had my stream disconnect before where my internet just completely shut off. And then I had to reset the connections. And as long as the Wi-Fi got picked up again within like 30 seconds or something like that, everything just proceeded. There's like a buffer built in, no? You know what? We might as well test these things. What better time to do it than now? All right, let me go ahead and see if I can choose my VPN. Smart location. I've got disconnect protection on. I think so. All right, let me hit connect. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm still here, yeah? On the YouTube side, I think it said it reconnected. Testing. On the Twitch side, I think Twitch is back up and running, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Kick is back. Kick says I'm offline. Hold on. Am I still here? Testing. Am I still connected? Here, let me switch to my full screen so I can visually see if everything's still... Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. When I'm typing in OBS, I'm not seeing it come through. One, two, three. Okay, it's working on YouTube side. What about Twitch? Okay, now for some reason I'm not connected to the Twitch side. Cyrone says I see you. Okay. Oh wait, maybe I just gotta refresh. 1 second. Oh, perfect. Okay, I see you. Thank you, Cyrone. Sorry, my bad. Or no, I had to refresh my browser so my chat or my typing wasn't showing up for some reason. What about Kick? Let's see. Okay. All right, we're Gucci. So I'm currently streaming with a VPN on. I would be curious, Cyronis, I'll pick on you if you don't mind. If you do see that my stream starts stuttering or if there's like weird buffering issues, if you don't mind letting me know, because I am actually curious, am I able to stream properly with the VPN? Because my assumption has always been that once I turn on VPN, my Wi-Fi and everything should slow down a bit, or like all my connections should be a bit stifled, or so we'll see. But yeah, I think everything's connected. So long as you have the bandwidth overhead, there's no issues. Yeah, I think that's what I'm currently trying to test out, because I don't know. Okay, but then now my Streamlabs, I think I need to reconnect my Streamlabs maybe? Okay, regardless, as I'm just working through this, Cyronis, let me know. He said jump into the voice chat on that Discord server. All right, here we go. All right, I go to voice chat. One second. Okay, let me mute the music. Testing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Okay. So then You're saying right now as we speak, everything should be fine, or I have to create some kind of OBS overlay or something.
Okay, so let me kind of run down just how it works. Right now here we're just in voice chat, right? We have no actions done or anything going on. Your first steps would be to go into a channel here within the server, just type /frame space links, then press enter, and that's going to give you your URLs, and I'll walk you
Wait,
through
where do
it says
I?
there.
So I go to the thing called
And,
hashtag info dash channel.
You can do it in any of the channels.
Okay, and then what do I type in?
/frame space links, and then press enter.
You cut out. You said /frame, and then what?
Frame space links.
Links. Okay. And it says get your permanent OBS.
So there's two OBS links there, and then there's a private control page.
Got it.
The links here can be reset so that we can still use these on stream, show them on stream, and then just reset them afterwards. But you can just kind of see what they do and how they work. Go ahead and click on the private control page first.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just jump to my full screen here. Private control page. Okay, and then it says something about a bridge control, and I have to click a few buttons
So there's
here.
going to be 3 sections there. There's info, overlay, and stream control. In the stream control page or section, there's a delay button. You can just turn off delay for now, just so that when we throw it into OBS, there's not going to be anything.
Okay, so click the button that says delay on. So now it says delay off.
Right.
Okay.
And if you go to info, you can see now there's a start bridge button.
Info. Start bridge, yeah.
Go ahead and click on the button.
All right, now it
So now-
says bridge started.
Yeah, you should see that there's us talking on that top section. But if you scroll down, you can go to the stream control, and you can also see us talking there. And you have some additional buttons.
Got it. Yeah, I see. Oh, that's cool.
So here, you can also adjust who's talking and showing up on your visual and your audio OBS sources. You can change the volume as well as reset or move things around a little bit here.
Okay, and do the same rules apply in terms so when I'm seeing myself talking there, how do I know if I'm like normalized in terms of my audio levels or?
It's not really a good way to understand what your levels are, other than to kind of talk with whoever's here, and like, are you hitting that maximum volume? You shouldn't really need to worry about that issue too much, because in Discord there's only so much audio control you have.
Okay.
Here just allows you to kind of adjust volume, so you can move things around. So you can give this link that you've got here to like whoever's managing the stream, for example. They can adjust the delay or just volumes and that kind of thing.
Okay. So then what's next?
So now we can click on that overlay source link there that was in the chat.
Overlays. Oh, go back to Discord, you're saying?
Go back to the Discord chat, look for that OBS overlay source page.
Okay, I'm clicking on that.
And that's going to be your visual from us talking. And
Got
then
it.
Bridge controls page, there's that overlay section, and this is where you can move around that anchor point, change the layout, the toggles, all kinds of stuff here to make it look more visually how you want it to.
So then basically this is where I'll copy that URL.
That URL could just go into an OBS browser source, and you can place it however you want, set the size and all that kind of stuff.
Do I just hit the copy OBS overlay URL from the bridge control?
You can do that too.
Okay. So I've done that. Now I'm in OBS. So you're saying I have to create a new source?
New browser source, you're going to paste that in there.
Browser source. Where is it? I see okay, so I click on browser. And then I got to label it something. Okay, and what is this going to be? This is the bridge. What do you call this normally?
You just call it bridge overlay. That's fine.
Bridge. Voice chat. Bridge voice chat.
And I would set the resolution there to like 1920 by 1080, just to have that
Sure.
9:9 aspect.
Okay, so I swap out the URL. Do I have to do any other custom buttons, or do I just hit OK?
You just hit OK for this one.
Testing, testing. Okay, yeah, I see where it is. But now you're saying I should go find that voice
that
chat.
Control page,
Mm-hmm.
you can go into overlay and expand that, and then you're going to have a bunch more buttons.
Okay, so now I can move it around, I'm assuming. Test. Oh, okay, so I moved to the top left. I could, how do I, let's say if I want on the bottom right, but I want it slightly above where it currently is, besides, I guess, shifting the actual overlay. Oh,
So
I
you
see.
can go
Oh,
bottom right, and then there's a padding slider you can adjust. It's kind of hard to find. It's going to be underneath that in the card settings section, on the top right slider in that box. But overlay padding will just kind of move it away from the corner. But you can always just move the source however you want to as well.
wait, I don't see. Oh, overlay padding. Gotcha, gotcha. So is that for vertical mode? Okay, let me see. 24. Okay, now it's shifting it kind of diagonally, I guess.
So it kind of pushes it diagonally from the corner. But you could just move the OBS source physically upwards.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's best, but I just want to see. Oh, okay, this is the maximum I can do. So goes there. Okay, let me just bring it back to 24 was the default. Is that the only option?
At the moment, yeah, you're just going to have that there. But I would just say you just want to move the actual OBS
Sure.
browser source up just to adjust it however you want.
Okay. I mean, it looks decent already. And then it's just a question of, I guess, you can change. How do we get it like what we saw in Maples, where it was like big avatar profile thing?
Okay, so right there left of the overlay padding is avatar size, and you can just bring that up as much as you like. And then if you go up a little bit higher to the font settings, there's the avatar placement.
Yeah.
You can put that above the name or below the name to kind of make that more centralized as a card.
Testing. Okay, let's say if we put it below, and then we can increase the size. Oh, okay. Jesus. Test.
And then in that card settings there's also bubble shape. Rounded kind of makes it look like a circle. You can, or fill makes it kind of look like a circle. Rounded gives it a bit more of a boxy shape.
Gotcha.
And square that's just like a box.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of cool. Is there a version where you can hide the thing entirely?
Hide the overlay or what
The background.
Okay. Yeah, so to hide the background would be the card alpha. You can just set that to 0%.
Gotcha. Test. Okay. So you still see it get like there's still something around it, I guess, when you talk, but
yeah, so that's the glow. And if you go just below that, you can see disable glow as an option or disable bubble outline, those options.
But I guess the glow is nice to know who's talking. So, okay. Interesting. Well, this is fascinating, man. Okay, and then you're saying technically there would be some steps where I need to like figure out how much of a delay there is. There's a chance that
streaming IRL, there's always going to be an essence of how much delay you need to have, buffering and like overhead, so that whenever the packets arrive at the destination, there's already accounted for the packets arriving at different times, so that they can reassemble into a stream, right? So having the delay here be adjustable so that it times up with your video. That way, whenever somebody's talking and it's talking on your end, it's all kind of real time on the stream side.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, this is cool, man. I've always wanted to get this set up, and I just honestly, it just, gets put in the backlog of things I should do eventually, and I never do. So, well, thank you, man. Yeah, and I guess the only issue for me is I have to turn on the VPN, but I guess a small price to pay.
You don't actually have to, unless you're going to be jumping onto Discord on your home connection there, right?
Yeah.
These browser sources, they're independent. They just act off of my my URL, right? The audio.cyberonius.
Well,
So
hold
that's
on.
not really,
Let's say, let's say if my home PC, where I'm streaming from, is here in Dubai, but then I'm traveling in Europe, let's say, and I want to hop on a call while I'm streaming IRL in Europe, but the stream is still being connected from my home PC in Dubai, where I technically need VPN if I do a Discord call from Dubai. But you're saying if I'm in Europe where I don't need VPN, But then how do I start a Discord call if not from my home PC?
Discord is available as an application on your cell phone, right? So you can just jump onto a call on your cell phone. And that same phone you might use to, say, watch chat or control the stream from, that would be what you could just make and take a phone call from. And then you could just jump into a channel, hit that start bridge button, and your sources are already working on OBS and don't require.
Okay, wait, so you're saying like, let's say if I just need to spin up a custom or a new overlay URL that's hooked up to the Discord from my phone or something. And as long as the URL matches, it's fine.
So Discord servers are all independent, right? You could be in any country and still get to your server, right? So this server that we're in here, this frame test grounds, this is just kind
okay. I have to be in this server to make this call work?
Not necessarily. You can have the bot added to your own server if you wanted to.
Gotcha.
There's just like, you just have to be in the channel, and then you hit that start bridge button, and your links are going to change because it's a different server. You'll want to update the sources to match whatever Discord server you can use the most or going to do the calls in.
Okay. No, okay. Sorry. I'm so slow with these things, but it's making sense to me. So that's why you've created this server specifically for people to do this type of hop-in calls, or not necessarily. It's not like a.
This is just my own server for my own testing.
It's your own,
but it's also where I'm giving people information about the updates that I'm making to it.
Gotcha. Okay.
People can click on the frame audio bridge here in our channel and click on the add button once you click on their profile card to add it through their own servers. This is already moved over to a bunch of other people's servers for their own testing.
Yeah.
But that gives them their own bridge URLs and stuff like that are independent on their server.
Okay. Yeah, this is pretty cool stuff, man. Interesting. Cool. All right. Well, I appreciate it. So now I'm one step closer to understanding how to do these types of voice calls, which is super helpful. And then still can't get around the VPN when I'm in Dubai. So unfortunately, I'll always have to have VPN if I'm doing like voice calls when I'm here. But then once I leave Dubai and I'm doing whatever, to your point, I could just do it from any device. Okay. Thanks, man. I feel enlightened.
I hope that makes a lot of sense how this kind of works. But essentially, you can also have other streamers in this chat, in the channel here. The bridge can be made on their own settings and stuff. They get their own pages and stuff. So even though they're listening with the same people in the chat, they can have their own overlay sources and stuff like that. So they look different or behave different. The delay can be independent, that kind of thing. So it's really useful for IRL streamers to collaborate with.
Okay. All right. It's giving me some ideas or things to think about for sure. But yeah, like definitely I want to, well, regardless of IRL, I do want to do more like these kinds of voice calls when I'm streaming, but just got to figure out what the topics are. But yeah.
And the overlay just pulls all the images here from our chat. So like your avatar and your name are just kind of taken in from Discord.
I'm trying to think, is there a world where you could, if you're doing not an IRL stream, even with an IRL stream, are you able to have a stream where you have two different perspectives on screen? Like, let's say if you and someone else are traveling at the same time in this, like in doing streams, could you have both cameras showing up on a stream at the same time?
There would have to be some infrastructure in place that would create two egress so that you could both import to your same OBS, like your individual OBSs, if that makes sense. So kind of like you guys could both stream to a single point or different, the source would be watchable on two ends, which I think could be done. I have to double check how that could be done.
Like my only thought was like, oh, you just need a third party streamer, or you just need another streaming channel that just has both your streams playing, as a smaller window on the screen. But then I was like curious, like, are you able to do something where you yourself could somehow connect half your window to show some other streamer as they're traveling their point of view in addition to your point of view? Okay, anyways, I'm getting lost in my own.
They could just stream to your channel. If they wanted to, they could just stream to your own sources, whatever they could be, and then you could just have that in your OBS however you want.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's just more or less how many connections you want to have
Yeah.
going into your setup.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, listen, man, I appreciate it. I definitely want to make use of this thing more if it makes sense. Like, well, from your side, obviously, feel free to hop into a call anytime I'm online. Happy to hear from you. And then maybe, since I have it open, I might start doing a little bit of that kind of brainstorming and put together a bit of a visual mapping of all the tech and how it's all going to work. So I might do that now as I just stream. I'm not sure yet.
So here in your bridge control panel, you can now stop bridge, and this is just going to stop the bridge for you since there's two active mixes. You got a mix and I've got a mix, and you'll see that it'll kind of stop, but it'll show that there's still an active stream going.
Okay, so if I hit the stop bridge right now because you have a bridge open, you're saying nothing changes?
It's going to end the visual on your side,
but
it's still going to continue on my side.
Gotcha. So it's like, okay, everyone can control their version. That's cool. And do I ever want to stop the bridge? Let's say we end the voice call and then we start a voice call again. If I don't hit that stop bridge, would it just continue onwards? Like,
the goal of the stopping the bridge is just so the bot can stop capturing. It doesn't need to sit in the channel here, and so it's not using any resources. But it's also just a way to stop your visuals or your voice if you don't want to have it on your stream any longer.
Okay, so best practice is to hit that stop bridge button once the call ends, but it's not necessary.
Not necessary because the bot itself has its own kind of timeout, so it'll disconnect on its own if there's nobody talking for accident.
All right, so then all I have to do, last question then. I guess, let's say if I drag this scene, or if I drag this URL browser source into all my other OBS scenes, I would have, whatever adjustments I make to the overlay or the font settings, it applies universally across all of it because it's pulling from the same URL, right?
What I would recommend to you would be making an overlay scene, and then you just have that as a nested scene in any other your other scenes you want it to be in.
Oh, just copy it into it.
It doesn't have to import any extra; it just has those already existing.
Okay. All right. I think I did that one time for one thing, so I need to do that more often. All right. Makes sense. Well, thank you, man. You said you have to head off for something, or you said you had something in an hour?
I've got a meeting in about 40 minutes, but I'm cool to chill in here and chat if you want.
Cool. Is the Bella Box thing going well? Any issues?
I was going to start the build this weekend once I have more space to just kind of clean up and do things there. Right now, I'm kind of just spending time with my girlfriend for the week, but then over the weekend, I'm going to start the build.
Gotcha.
You have all the parts, and I do want to like kind of film it for you a little bit to some level? Question mark.
You kind of want to what?
Film it, just in case you want the content of it or whatever.
Oh, you want to film it? Yeah, whatever. By all means, man. Yeah, I'm taking your lead on this in terms of like what's what you need me to do now. Testing. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
I just stopped talking.
No. I was trying to copy this thing over. For now, I'm just gonna literally just manually. Can I copy it in? Yeah. Okay. I'm too lazy. I'll just copy it for now. What can you do? Nice. Okay. Yeah. So looking forward to any updates there. And then what else? So once that Bella Box, and then I guess what I owe you is just an update in terms of if I'm flying back to the States or not. Unfortunately, I don't know yet, because like in a nice world, in a clean world, I would fly to the States and then either maybe you just ship it domestically, which would be much easier, I'm assuming, or
I can do like somewhere here in the States anyway.
Yeah. Or if I find a reason to go to Austin, then I can always just link up with you at some point. But, a lot of ifs there. Okay.
As long as you give me like a notice, hey, I'm going to be at this address for the state, I can just get it shipped over to you.
Cool. Yeah. I still don't know when. I'll know by the end of this week. When I was chatting with my contact, they said they'll let me know by the end of the week in terms of updates on the live streaming dates. So
Okay.
because I did basically I was reaching out to see if they can extend beyond the 5 days that I currently have.
Gotcha.
So yeah, because in my world, I was thinking like obviously I want to push for more days because it just makes more sense, you know, more data points, and then who knows, like maybe that first day or two is just gonna be wasted time because I'm stuck like fixing all the tech issues and stuff. When you did IRL streaming the first time, like how long did it take for you to get like a clean stream without any issues? I'm curious.
Um, the first stream I ever did, I was having issues with one of my modems just not staying connected, and that was more or less a overheating issue.
Hmm.
And I didn't have the setup that I have now, which would have solved that problem. So, uh, I think I still ran into a lot of those issues until I got to the setup that I'm in now. But generally, it's pretty stable. Like I don't have too many problems, and I can always like just have two other connections going at any time. Whether or not that's going to be, something you'll have immediately when you start, I don't know.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
that's the bigger piece. The connections for sure.
Yeah, the ideal is like I need to test it obviously before I go to Kenya. But the other issues I'm running into is one, as of now, I'm not able to ship the Starlink to Dubai, even though they said it's technically an available region now or available country.
Right.
So the best solution is either I purchase a Starlink, have it sent directly to Kenya to where my the counterpart is, the Safari company. And so then they pick it up on my behalf, and then when I travel there, I just have to do all the the registration, blah blah blah, and just have it running. Alternatively, maybe I just have it sent to the States. Especially if I'm going there anyways, then maybe I just have it shipped and I pick it up, and then I bring it back with me to Dubai. I try to do a live stream here with the Starlink. Like I'll go in my friend's Jeep, and then we'll go out into the desert and like do a proper live stream with no stakes, you know what I mean? So no risks if it goes poorly. And then if all goes well, then I take it with me and all that. But I don't know. I'm trying to do too many things at once here. So
Well, I'm happy to help if you have questions or need some technical guidance or whatever. But
all right. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, and like I said, you'll have to join at some point once we know it works. So
sure.
All right, what should I do? I need to edit these photos. I was gonna put a wireframe together, and then I have a bunch of YouTube videos I wanted to watch. So I'm gonna try to multitask. This one is what? Amazing bird photography in the footsteps of BBC. And okay, I've heard this guy, Morton Hilmer. I think someone in my chat had mentioned him as like an incredible, famous photographer. So maybe. Holy crap, it's 52 minutes long? Jesus Christ. Okay, clearly this guy is famous because he put out a it's like he put a 52-minute video out there and it's got 1.5 million views. Like one does not simply make a 52-minute video and get that kind of views. Jesus. 2 weeks in Norway. Okay, I spent 2 weeks in Norway doing some amazing bird photography. Okay, is it worth watching that? Let me just see what else I have lined up.
Super excited about
How to edit photos in DaVinci Resolve 21. I mean, I do need to learn that.
absolutely.
You can now edit photos in DaVinci Resolve 21.
This video I'm going.
How to become a National Geographic Explorer. Don't mind if I do. I do want to know about that. All right, let's watch this one. Maybe I'll learn something. Picture in picture.
To share every piece of insight I have to help you become a National Geographic.
Oh, by the way, Cyrenius, if I'm playing audio on my end, you're not hearing that, right? I'm assuming it's only my microphone.
Discord, I do hear the audio, but I don't really care. That's fine.
Oh, no, that's good to know as well. Then, so you're saying if I'm on a Discord call, any audio that's playing from my computer, you're picking that up as well?
Well, I assume you have speakers there at home. Is that right?
Hold on, let me see.
Is that what the audio's coming through?
Explorer. These are
I mean, I have my speakers, but you shouldn't be able to hear it. It's pretty low. Hold on, let me just turn it all the way. So, for instance, are you hearing this video play?
lessons I've learned from getting a grant.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it could just be because I have the audio all routed through my Rodecaster, and so then maybe I need to make some changes in Discord for which whatever like audio channel or something is being picked up.
So when you go to your Discord channel, there's your Discord settings. There's your microphone option, and then you can select whatever your microphone would be. But if your mic is coming in and all the audio from your computer's coming in, is that how that's working?
So it's coming in through, like, as the input source is called Rodecaster Video Stereo, which is like basically it's just pointing to my Rodecaster. But then within the Rodecaster, obviously you have a bunch of like, individual audio sources. And I don't know necessarily how do you choose that directly.
Look at the Videocaster. I think there's like probably
There's that thing called the black hole. Have you heard of that thing, the black hole?
I think that's a Mac thing, though, isn't it?
Oh, black hole.
I don't know.
Because I know there are ways to create like custom things.
Yeah, black hole. It's a virtual audio loopback driver. Yeah, so this is kind of where you can create virtual cable / outputs, right?
Okay.
The Rodecaster. Let me look at the back of this thing.
Frame Boost in YouTube chat says, I've been following you for some time. Do you think you can help me with something? Ooh, that sounds like the setup for some kind of some scam. It's like, hey, do you think you can help me with something? I have a Nigerian prince.
Okay, so you have a bunch of HDMI's in and AB in out, but then you also have 4 and 5 as inputs. You also have like headphones out from the back as well, 1 and 2.
I'm just thinking like maybe I remember, I forget how to set this back up, but there's can you still hear me? I'm assuming you didn't hear me just ask, can you still hear me, right? Testing, testing. All right, testing, can you hear me still? Yeah, hold on. If I disconnect, join voice, testing now. Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello, Mac OS microphone. I think I lost you. I hit some button and I think I screwed it up. Hold on. Input device, Mac OS, Rodecaster. Hello? Can you still hear me? Anything? Nothing. Input, output. Testing. Hello. Yeah, Cyronius, I don't think you can. I can't hear you anymore. Funny, I hit some button on my end, and when I switched it back, it doesn't matter. It seems like I broke things somehow. Test. How dare I? Yeah, what the heck did I do? Input profile. Test. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test. Can you hear me now? Hello? Huh. We can chug along another time. Yeah, I don't know what I did, but I messed it up. Right now, for instance, it's picking up my audio, but I can't hear you when you're speaking back to me. So whatever I did, I chose a different option of the Rodecaster. I can hear you just fine. Okay, then for some reason I can't hear you though. Input. Test. Testing. 1 2. Okay, wait. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I can kind of hear you, but not really. Oh no, I can't hear you at all.
Might just be the VPN, I think, sure.
Okay. You know what? I don't know what I did. I think I messed it up somehow. All good. Listen, we'll take care of it next time. Well, yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't know if you can still hear me. Test, test, test. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm just going to end this on my end. Let me send you a message. Thanks, mate. All is well. Think I messed it up on my end. Cool, cool. All right, well, listen, I appreciate it. Apologies on how that ended. Hopefully everything else is still working, though. Let me see. Test, test, test. Yes. Okay, cool. All right. Then we had frame boost. What were you saying? Okay, you're talking about some... All right, listen, frame boost. I don't really know what you're selling, but honestly, I'm not looking to do... I'm not trying to buy anything, and it sounds like you're trying to sell something to me. So I appreciate if you are actually someone who's been following my channel. Well, listen, obviously I appreciate it, but I don't think this is the right channel for you to try to promote something like that, which I'm going to be honest, it sounds a bit scammy, okay? I literally have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds a bit scammy. But yeah, appreciate it. Listen, I got to get to doing some work-related stuff, all right?
From the National Geographic Society myself. From
all right, let's learn about this guy. How did he get into
filmmakers,
National
and
Geographic?
from years of attending the National Geographic Storyteller Summit, in which I've gone to sessions specifically on how to get their grants. I'm going to go over what a National Geographic Explorer grant is, who should apply, how to apply for one, what will make your application stand out, how you're most likely to screw it up, what you should do if you get accepted or rejected, and lastly, I'll get real about the biggest value of a Nat Geo grant, which I'm going to guess might surprise you. Hey everyone, my name is Austin Meyer, and I'm not only a National Geographic Explorer, but I am a documentary filmmaker who has worked on projects for HBO, Hulu, the New York Times, PBS, and more. And on this channel, I share the skills.
God damn, what do you say? HBO, Hulu, PBS, and I think he listed a few others. Jesus.
Mindsets and lessons that have helped me in my career. As I mentioned in the intro, today we are talking about the National Geographic Explorer grant, but all the tips I share today are applicable to any grant you apply to. So even if you aren't interested in Nat Geo, the takeaways here will apply to whichever grant you are targeting, especially the section on tips to make your application stand out. And no matter what stage of your career you're in, I do recommend looking at grants as a potential funding source. Specifically, I'm talking about non-recoupable grants, which are monetary gifts that do not need to be paid back.
I need that. I need these what do you call it? Non-recoupable, just give me money straight into my bank account grants. I have a few ideas of stories I want to pitch, but it's just a question of how can I get a budget for it, you know?
There are 4 types of grant-making entities: institutions that specifically support documentary filmmakers, government bodies that support the arts, nonprofits and foundations that support a film because the project tackles an issue they care about, and individual donors. The National Geographic Explorer grant falls into the nonprofits and foundations category, which begs a question that maybe you've been asking yourself before if you've ever seen me.
Ambuage. Thank you very much for the follow on YouTube. I appreciate it. I think, yeah, I'm not sure why it didn't pop up on my feed over here, but thank you very much. We're just watching some video about how can I win a grant for National Geographic, all right? That is the main goal for me, as it is for a lot of people, I assume, if you're into what I do, which is like a lot of like travel and wildlife captures. So any notes I can take here to get me free money to make more content, I am all ears.
Introduce myself on this channel as a Nat Geo Explorer, and that is, what is the Nat Geo Explorer grant? Well, let me break this down. National Geographic has 2 main arms: National Geographic Partners and National Geographic Society. The easiest way to understand the difference between these two is partners makes money, society gives money away. More specifically, National Geographic Partners puts out the magazine, runs the television channel, website, puts out the big budget documentaries, runs the massive social media presence, has physical products, etc. National Geographic Society is a nonprofit that gives out grants to support individuals and teams working to support their mission to, quote, illuminate and protect the wonder of our world. So a National Geographic Explorer grant comes from the society. Now that distinction between the two arms will be very important later on when we talk about what happens if you get one of these grants and the ultimate value of them. So let's go deeper. There are two levels of grants, level 1 and level 2. Level 1 grants are for people earlier in their career. These grants go up to $20,000 and the projects can't be longer than 1 year. Level 2.
I need this. I need that. Level 1, 20 thou. Okay, $20,000 is a lot of freaking money. I can definitely do a bunch of with 20,000. I could do like at least 3 different videos, I think.
2 grants are for people who are established in their career. These grants are typically in the $50,000 to $60,000 range, but can be upwards of $100,000 for 2-year projects. All of these grants are given out to people who work in 5 areas: conservation, education, research, technology, and the one we're focusing on, storytelling.
Okay, I'm kind of in the storytelling and then the conservation side of things.
So who should apply for the storytelling grant? Well, to answer that question, I'll tell you why I applied for it. I applied for my first Nat Geo grant in 2016. I had recently graduated from Stanford's journalism school, done a video journalism in.
Here we go, man. When they say like, oh yeah, it's so easy, just follow my steps. Here's how you can get these, awesome opportunities. First, I went to Stanford, and it's like now my brain's shutting off. It's like, okay, well, is that all it takes? Oh, I didn't realize. All right, so first go get accepted to Stanford, and then, all right. Just Reef says, hi, mate. Hope you're well. Well, thank you very much for saying hi, mate. I am doing well. I appreciate it. We're just having a chill stream here.
Internship at the LA Times, a reporting fellowship with the New York Times, and was looking for my next step. By then, I knew I didn't want to work in a newsroom, and I was starting to think that maybe this whole documentary filmmaking thing would be the next step in my career. However, I didn't want to test that hypothesis with just endless.
Just Reef is saying, can I ask a couple of things, please? I don't know what is happening right now, but across YouTube, Just Reef, you can ask whatever you want, but I'm going to tell you now, if you're similar to the person on YouTube who was also saying like, hey, can I just say something? And then they're pitching some solution or some product to me. Don't waste your time. That's all I'll say. If you're looking for advice, I'm happy to share advice. Sorry if you are genuinely someone who follows me or wants advice, but it just had so many random, and like Kick is definitely the worst culprit, where it's like every person on Kick is always like, hey, you should go to, you should hop on the Discord where I can teach you how to get 100 followers. It's so real, man. You say that's not me. I am 100% genuine, broski. Well, no bot would ever say broski, so I think I'm convinced. All right, what do you want? What do you want? What kind of advice can I provide to you? I'm happy to share. Let me keep playing this video while
production assistant jobs. I wanted to test it by jumping into a long-form documentary project where I got to do everything from directing to filming to editing. And I knew that if I could get a relatively no-strings-attached grant, I could get the financial aid and editorial support to try something risky and ambitious. Additionally, I could leverage the Nat Geo brand as an early career resume booster and immediately enter a community of talented, like-minded storytellers who shared my passion for the craft. So in 2016, I went for it, building off the reporting I had done for the New York Times on malnutrition and maternal health.
Again, man, it's so easy, guys. Just follow my steps. Stanford, check. New York Times, check. And there you go.
India, alongside the Pulitzer Prize winning columnist Nicholas Kristof, I applied to the Nat Geo grant to create a documentary.
Okay, so Just Reef, you're saying, let me see here. I've got a small YouTube channel I started after having a heart attack and getting an e-bike to rebuild my health. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm sorry to hear you had the heart attack, but it sounds like you've been taking certain measures to make the most of it, and hopefully your health has fully recovered. And so from there, you create a channel for food delivery videos. That's quite interesting. You said the audience seems to connect more with the people I meet, my recovery journey, funny moments, and the little community building around it. Well, without knowing much more besides what you shared so far, I mean, it sounds very wholesome, and it sounds like, you know, talk about taking some of your worst moments in life or the most traumatic things and turning it into something that's positive. So much respect to you for that. So you said the audience connects with the people you meet and your recovery journey, funny moments, little community building around it. My problem is my first minute, my viewers who stay are really engaged, good watch time, likes and comments, but I lose around 50% early on. I'm not looking for flashy effects or Mr. Beast style edits, trying to understand documentary story structure, how to choose the right opening moments and make a new viewer care before the normal shift begins. Any advice on how you would approach it? You were brought up with manners and kindness. Try to just be me. Well, I'll start by saying I don't know if I'm the best person to give that type of advice because I'm also still a very small YouTube channel, right? Hopefully I'll crack 10,000 very soon. We're right at the edge of that. Okay, we're almost there. And so I've only been treating YouTube seriously over the past year or so, and so I have a lot of learnings myself in terms of what works, what doesn't. And I have more fails than successes when it comes to the videos that I put out onto my channel. So I would start with that caveat that I have a lot more to learn before you should really take anything I say too seriously. I would also say I think that's generally pretty normal for even like the coolest video out there. Generally speaking, you have like a huge drop off in terms of views and viewers, you know, after like the first minute or so. It's just unfortunately a little bit to do with, I guess, how we are conditioned these days with social media and the types of content out there, right? Thank you very much. Thanks for the follow over. Well, thanks for following me on YouTube and Twitch. I appreciate that. Wait, I think you followed me on both. Either way, thanks for following me on Twitch. I appreciate it. But yeah, so unfortunately, we do have shorter attention spans these days, and you either try to cater towards it, which means a lot of like punchy, like you say, like flashy effects and things that will, you know, keep someone paying attention. And unfortunately, given the style of content you're talking about without ever having seen it, I don't think that jives. Where if you're doing something that's meant to be very wholesome and just like, hey, here's me, you know, on my journey, meeting people based on my recovery. So you do flashy stuff, you know? Just Reef says, you got the ads. I missed everything you said. Oh, man. Those freaking ads, man. They find a way to pop in at the worst time. I don't know if I said anything of value in those moments you were gone. My main thing was like, first, I think the viewership drop off is normal for everyone. So whether it's 50% or whatever it is, it's just like, you're going to have a lot of people who hop in and it's not their cup of tea. And what can you do about it? But those aren't the people you're trying to attract anyways, right? You're doing a very niche content. So it is just kind of a slow and steady wins the race type thing. Maybe one suggestion I would have, because like I don't necessarily think doing a flashy entrance to your videos fits the rest of your video style from what I'm gathering. But there's nothing wrong with trying to make like a nice little trailer, an opening trailer that introduces who you are to people. So let's say for new viewers, if there's like a 5 to 10 second little splash entry thing that you've created, and you can pay someone to do it, which kind of tells your story in a few seconds. Like, hey, my name is blah, blah, blah. And and especially like your story is compelling, right? Like, you know, obviously it sucks that you had a heart attack, but it is gripping, right? It is attention grabbing if you start off a video by saying, after suffering a heart attack, I decided to get into this thing and now I'm meeting other people, blah, blah, blah. It's just like a few sentences that you should start every video with in your intro. And it doesn't have to be like in the first second. It could be like you can start with like a unique opening every single video, but then after that few seconds of an opening, then it cuts to your your 15-second intro trailer with some music, and it's like it's the same thing every time, but it's like, hey, my name is blah blah blah, and after suffering a heart attack, I decided I need to change my life, and I got this e-bike, and now I'm meeting people, doing this and sharing it with you guys. Here's my journey, boom, and then that 15 seconds ends, and then it continues to your normal video. So then it just becomes like something you're always using in all of your series, or like your episodes of your series. I often do a cold open, then about a 30-second coming up section before the intro. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either. I just don't know anything, like I don't know how long your videos are, things like that. So without diving in too deep, that's like one thing you can do is just add a nice little trailer, as you were saying. Do a cold opening, do a trailer, and then proceed. And I think what you're saying sounds like a decent strategy. There's no reason to change it. It just comes down to, like, again, the type of content you're doing is not for everyone, right? In the same way the content I do is not for everyone. And the only thing you can do is be consistent, keep publishing videos so that the people who find your channel and decided to spend the time to subscribe to you, that they feel invested in continuing to watch new content from you. So that builds up a bit of loyalty. And honestly, there is no shortcut, unfortunately. Either a video goes viral and it gets picked up amazingly by the algorithms, or it doesn't. And even if it goes viral, I don't even think that's a good thing. I don't necessarily think it's good for one of your videos to go incredibly viral before you're really prepared for the viewership. Because I've run into that with TikTok, where I had one video blow up on TikTok and it got me like 100,000 followers. But I wasn't posting on TikTok consistently. I didn't really have a TikTok presence. That wasn't really part of my brand approach. So what do? It's like, oh, cool, I got a bunch of these new followers, but I'm not consistently creating content on that channel. So it was just a wasted opportunity. Like, that potential just goes away because I didn't really know how to follow up with the next steps. So it's actually better for you to do the slow and steady wins the race approach. Just keep being consistent. And eventually you're just building up the viewership a little bit at a time. I don't know. I don't really have a shortcut answer for you, unfortunately. And like everything I'm saying, I'm applying to myself as well. It's like, there is no shortcut. I just need to keep consistently pushing things out there. And then maybe 10 or like 25% or more of what you push out there is more exploratory. Like, you're trying new things, testing, hypotheses of like, oh, would this kind of content work for my channel or not? Who knows? Let's just put it out there and see what works. So, but yeah, I don't know what to say about the viewer retention thing. Like, that's just like a consistent thing for everyone. People drop off after a number of seconds or a minute or two. Yeah. But yeah, like, I wish I could give better advice, honestly. But like I said, I gave the caveat in the beginning. I don't know much about how to make the YouTube algorithm work in your favor. I mean, sure, you can do a few things like hashtags or make your title or your thumbnail super catchy. But then if you're over promising with your titles and your thumbnail, then that could be one reason people drop off in terms of viewer retention. Because let's say if you do a super clickbaity title where it's like, I don't know, whatever it is, so then people click on your video because of that exciting, punchy thing, and your title said something crazy is about to happen. And then if they watch the video and it's completely opposite, or it's not really in the same vein of what you were selling, then people would just drop off, one, because that's not what they are expecting anyways. And then two, they might drop off just for the annoyance factor of like, oh, okay, you got me to click on this thing, and you sold me a lemon. So yeah. Consistency, that's the only thing I could say. Just YouTube is there's a whole wide world out there, and your job isn't necessarily to get everyone to watch your content, nor would you want them to, right? You want people who actually genuinely care about what story or message you're promoting. So yeah, unfortunately the answer is yeah, keep going, just being consistent. That's the main thing. Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I can't really give much more than that, because like I said, I'm struggling on my end as well, just trying to figure out like, okay, well, what works on YouTube's algorithms. It's just a huge black hole of who knows what. My current strategy, as you're seeing now, is I do a mixture of like trying to be consistently publishing maybe 1 to 2 videos every week across my travels, or doing a bit more talking head videos so I'm in front of the camera. And then also I do these live streams where I'm trying to be entertaining, but really I'm using this time to catch up on my work, right? So I have a lot of photos and videos I need to edit. So this just becomes a nice way to be productive while pretending to be social, because I get to talk out loud. So at least I can warm up the vocal cords. So yeah. But yeah, man, like I said, I just, if only I was a Mr. Beast and I knew all the ways that people do I've seen so many YouTube videos as well, especially early on, that would give me all this advice about this is what you need to do. These are the 10 steps you should follow for each video. And like, not to knock on them, like there's a lot of value in understanding, technically speaking, what are the do's and don'ts. But they're really, the answer at the end of the day is like, there just is no shortcut. The better the personality you have, obviously it helps. But then how do you, what kind of videos are you creating? You can make, anyone could potentially make like a viral video, right? And the effort to put into it can be immense. But then how do you make the next video and the video after that? And like, a lot of people don't have that follow through, because if you just think about that one idea and the effort to make that video, sure, that's great. But then what comes after? And so for me, I think I've been trying to change my perspective to be less about, I want to make the most viral content, and just more of like, what kind of content can I make where I feel it's stress-free? It feels very natural for me to make this kind of content, and something that I feel I can make consistently. And from this foundation, I feel more other types of stuff I can eventually tell stories about. So what is that baseline structure? So for me, that baseline structure is now turning into, well, I have enough footage that I should be able to make at least some kind of cinematic content out there. So for instance, a few days ago, I posted a video of my top 75 photos I took from India. It's like, okay, that didn't take too much time. I had the photos, I find a nice soundtrack, I put it all together and post it, and nothing crazy. And then can I make an additional video that's more of a talking head video where I just pick a various random topic, and then I just kind of speak into the camera, try to keep it informal. And now I am working with an editor now, so he can do all the heavy lifting in terms of like how to visually, make it a bit more punchy. But yeah. Just Reef says, same to the videos, weather permitting, and the rain. Well, you're fortunate in that sense, because I live in Dubai, and it's just like, well, now it's way too hot to go outside anyway, so it's like I can't really go outside and create fresh content. So I have to rely on when I travel for the content, or staying indoors. Let's see. I need to keep working on this. Yeah, document my life for kids and grandkids. Yeah, listen, you have the right approach. And I think, yeah, the other thing is like, make sure you're doing this for yourself and not for others. That's like probably the biggest thing. Well, I mean, it depends, but you should be making these videos because you find value in it, and not necessarily shaping it so that it's valuable for others. You want it to be valuable for others, but I think it has to start with like, you're not lying to yourself about like, do I care about making this?
Film looking at the state of maternal and infant
All right, how do I
health care
edit this
in
guy?
Zambia.
I've been struggling with
The
this
story
one.
would follow the pregnancy and delivery of 2 women, one in an urban township and one in a rural village, to illustrate the challenges faced by mothers in a region with some of the highest rates of infant and maternal mortality in the world. I applied once, got rejected. I applied the second time, got rejected. And then on my 3rd attempt, I heard this news. Today I got some very exciting news to share with you, but first I'm going to need a drum roll. I am a National Geographic explorer. And a couple months later, I landed in Zambia.
Creative endeavors for yourself will always help you to refine your style,
So
your
if
artistic
you are
approach,
like I was,
and
early in
exploration
your
of your
career, but
craft in
enough
your
of a
own
creative
way.
endeavors
For
showcase that you
yourself
have
will always
potential.
help you to refine your style, your artistic approach, and exploration of your craft in your own way.
creative endeavors for yourself will always help you to refine your style, your artistic approach, and exploration of your craft in your own way. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think that's referencing to Just Reef. Just Reef had said, "Thanks, mate. I wish you all the best for the future. Gonna go and pick up the wife up from work." Nice, nice. Cheers, mate. Take care and thanks. Well, I appreciate you putting in the time to ask me such a personal question. I wish I could have given better advice, but unfortunately, I need that advice myself. So if you find someone who has the answers, let me know. But yeah, no, thanks for sharing, and yeah, best of luck to you on that. Sarani says BRB. And yeah, I think generally speaking, and part of the reason I moved to Dubai was a little bit of like the thought of you need to, before I put energy out into the world, I feel like I need to better understand myself first so that the energy that I output is of the best quality. So by moving to Dubai, I was trying to like isolate myself from all of my social connections at the time. Because like, yeah, I was living in San Francisco. I had like 5 other roommates. It was always fun every day, but there wasn't a lot of room for me to like have a relationship with myself, as weird as that sounds. So by moving to Dubai, I had zero, basically it's like you just shut yourself off from the rest of the world. But then all of that free time, I was able to reinvest into basically myself. And that was definitely the best decision I could have made for myself in hindsight as well. Because then all of that energy, as long as I didn't waste it, which I didn't, I was just putting it into exploring my craft, seeing how I can push myself in different things, see if things that I think are passions, are they actually passions or is it just hobbies? And I was able to stress test all of it and then ultimately realize what do I actually care about for myself. And then once I know that, then it's like everything else fits in nicely after. You kind of create energy. You create your own like gravitational source, I guess. So then all these new opportunities, exciting things, or interesting people start coming into your life because you spent the time to like invest in yourself. So, anywho.
If you're ambitious, if you're down to take creative risks, if having Nat Geo on your resume would be a big boost, if you want to be part of a community of like-minded storytellers, if you have a story you're passionate about telling, and if you align with National Geographic's brand, this could be for you. Oh, and one more trait that's important, if you're not going to just apply, but if you really want to get it, you are someone who gets fuel from rejection because this grant is competitive. I'm going to let you in on some insider knowledge that I got while at Nat Geo headquarters for the Storyteller Summit, where an editor told me that for every level 1 grant cycle, they get about 1,200 applications and they select 20. For level 2 grants, they get hundreds of applications and choose about 7. So if you're game for a little competition, let's talk about how to apply. Applications can be found over on the Society's website, which I will put a link to.
Give me that link. Give it to me. Let's see. Grant update. We recently shifted away. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this old news? Because this is from 2024. Let's see. We recently shifted away from an open grant model to a request for proposal. Ooh, I know that term. RFP from my corporate days. You put out an RFP. Okay, so that doesn't work in my favor, I think, without jumping into the rest of what he says. Because if I remember what an RFP is, that's where the client is putting out what they want. They put out this RFP request where they say, hey, we need someone to do this job. And then a bunch of artists or whomever will then pitch based on that RFP, and then one of them wins or whoever gets chosen. So it sounds like they're going with more of like a, what do you call it? Well, I mean, they say it there. So instead of having an open grant model where you just pitch your idea and you get selected, it's like, we wait for us to have an idea, and if you can help us with the idea. The RFP opportunities will be more targeted. Each will have unique requirements. Please go to nationalgeographic.org/something. Let's click on this link. Grants and investments. We have awarded more than 15,000 grants since 1888. All right, let's keep reading this. So they still have the concept of the National Geographic explorers. People of all walks of life from all over the world. They don't just venture to the tops of the mountains or blah, blah, blah. Okay. What we fund. This is what I need to know. What we fund. We fund individuals working on projects in science, conservation, storytelling, education, and technology. Okay, so that hasn't changed. Ooh, wildlife. This is probably one of the toughest ones. I'm assuming everyone's applying to wildlife. This focus area covers projects informed by science and inspire and empower local and global audiences to better understand and protect wildlife, including animals, plants, and fungi. Okay, become an explorer. We offer grant opportunities. Current funding opportunities. Okay, so this is what they mentioned. So now it's like, instead of just doing an open request or open application, you have to apply to specific projects. So the current opportunity is developing future ocean stewards. Unfortunately, I suck at diving. I'm so bad in the water. So just off the bat, I'm assuming I'm not the person they look for. Let's read though. National Geographic Society aims to invest in ocean literacy by funding projects that focus on community-based projects that help people form strong emotional bonds with the ocean and develop or deepen a sense of ocean identity through immersive learning experiences. God dang it. Really? That's the only one you guys have? How does the ocean shape your life? How do you shape the ocean? God freaking damn it. Of all the wildlife related things, they have to choose the ocean. Well, I guess I should start learning how to dive. Okay, well then let me just put this video on pause for now. Let's watch another one. Team Forest official film. It's only 1 minute long, so I'm curious. I wanted to watch this because I'm curious, like within this 1 minute, how did they do the proper storytelling? And the shots did look really unique, so I'm curious how they filmed it. Like even that shot, how do you actually film that? Like I imagine, what kind of rig do you need to be able to get this nice tracking shot? I'm assuming one. Well, yeah, actually, because they're kicking a ball, so you can't really fake, you know, slow motion, right? So I'm assuming they were running at normal speed, kicking this ball forward. So then they had a track that they wanted the person to be kicking the ball, and then they have the camera off to the side. But is it like on a... Yeah, how did they get this shot? What kind of budget you need for this? Jesus. Interesting. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, it was really well filmed, right? I'm like, damn, how did they do all these scenes? So, you know, kudos to them for that. I just don't understand the message. It feels a bit random. I guess they tied football to the forest, and they had people playing football in the forest, hence why they can make the connection. But it still feels a little bit disjointed to me. It just sounds more like they're playing on the fact that a lot of people in the world love football. Okay. I don't know. I mean, it's creative. It's cool. I wish I knew how they filmed it. Impressive. All right, cool. Not much more to be said there.
So it's a little interesting that the secret to this Oscar-nominated editor's work is actually not cutting and letting shots like this play out.
Because if you cut a lot, it doesn't make sense. It's the non-edit situation, and let the code of the scene be transmitted.
But they are zooming in slowly throughout, which is a technique I think I use all the time. I love doing zoom in, zoom outs. So it's good to know. All right, sometimes it's the minimalist approach.
No, you don't need to cut.
To talk about this advanced editing discipline, we're bringing back the longtime editor of acclaimed director Yorgos Lanthimos, who made masterpieces like The Lobster, The Favourite, Poor Things, and most recently, Kinds of Kindness. In this in-depth masterclass interview, we explore how to use time as an editing narrative tool, how to hold on a shot that we don't want to see, yet make us beg for it, and how Yorgos uses music like a metronome, giving him license to let music determine the movie's cuts and his actors' performances. This is the Editing Podcast, brought to you by Mubi. If you're new here, please subscribe.
Hi.
Oh, hi, my darling.
So for you, why is it so important to be holding on to this shot?
It's definitely an iconic shot, right? It's the shot where something ordinary happens. The frame is perfect. The bride situation in her kitchen, and he being dark and edgy from the right, he presents a threat, right? You don't need to intercut these shots for the dialogue and see him saying it.
Hi.
He has to be a threat.
Oh, hi, my darling. I just went to the store. I got some wonderful tomatoes and some beef tenderloin. I ran into Tammy and Kate. Tammy said they're really missing you at work.
I'm hungry.
So you did have other options, but you chose that this is the one to hold on to the most.
The code has to be very clear. It's the non-edit situation, and let the code of the scene be transmitted. No, you don't need to cut.
Well, it's a classic less is more. The editor, Jake Roberts, who edited Civil War and the next Alien movie, he feels like some editors are paid by the cut.
I very much agree on that, yes. Because if you cut a lot, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't contain the code of the shot as the director imagines for you to edit in a proper manner without destroying the situation somehow.
And then also just like him coming in to that framing, what is quite an ordinary shot, suddenly turning into something quite horrific quite quickly. So much story is told just with that one shot, and you simply not cutting, letting the shot speak for itself.
I'm hungry.
And then the music informs, okay, what is going to eat now?
With the beef fillet I just bought, or some spaghetti, or some salmon in the freezer. Is it fish or meat you want?
Meat.
So you see here as well, the rhythm is
it fish or meat you want?
clap, shut in the door.
Meat.
Wonderful.
Down.
Oh, wait.
Sweetheart? I want you to chop one of your fingers off. Cook it with cauliflower.
Wait, what is this movie? I thought it was that new one. What's that new movie with both these actors? Begonia. Okay, so the director likes using both these actors then. Oh, what's this guy's name? I like him a lot too. Jesus. Begonia actor. Jesse Plemons, that's what it was. Okay. And then what is this movie where they're both in it, but it's not Begonia? Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons movie. Is there not another movie? Oh, Kinds of Kindness. Okay. Wait, is that a good movie? Kinds of Kindness. Okay. 71% Rotten Tomatoes. Yikes. Why did the people not like it? Jesus. Is a triptych fable following a man without choice who tries to take control of his own life, a policeman who is alarmed that his wife who is missing at sea has returned and seems a different person, and a woman determined to find a specific someone with a special ability who's destined to become a prodigious spiritual leader. Yo, that kind of sounds like a movie I would like.
And bring it to me to eat. Or your thumb, maybe. Whatever you think is best. That's what I want. Can you do that for me?
Just a small movement of him going forward before we cut to this situation. So the edit is very simple. This shot, his medium shot, and then her medium shot. Just 3 shots.
But it's simple and clean. It's effective.
That's what I want. Can you do that for me?
The music informs that, okay, this is the end of this scene. She heard that. Now we go into her situation. What will she do about it?
So using time of the music to also help you make those cuts. But it is such big skips in time.
I believe we had to be ahead of the viewer at these moments. That's why we made the cuts a bit fast. Take by surprise the audience and not build a lot on that decision and go faster to the making of the choice and cutting her finger.
Jesus. I don't know what I can show on freaking.
That we stay longer.
I'm assuming if they show it on YouTube, I'm assuming you can put it on a stream.
Her finger,
Jesus.
again her face to right. Then
The scene worked. That you made someone faint.
Right. It does.
I feel bad for laughing at that though.
Then of course the music continues, same rhythm but different chords, more aggressive and more grave, making the idea come more to our mind somehow. Okay, she did it, and what is going to happen next? But then it continues. Because she cooks a finger.
We come to this place for magic. We come to movie, to laugh, to cry, to care. Because we need that. All of us. Mubi is the streaming service to watch the works of iconic directors and emerging auteurs from all around the world. If you're watching this episode, you're probably a fan of Yorgos Lanthimos, and you can watch his absurdist short film Nimic now, exclusively on Mubi. So I've recently been diving into the work of today's greatest auteurs, like Luca Guadagnino's short film The Staggering Girl, and Park Chan-wook's latest masterwork, the romantic thriller Decision to Leave. It's films like that that inspire me, so yes, heartbreak feels good in a place like this, in Mubi. You can try Mubi free for 30 days at mubi.com/theeditingpodcast for a whole month of great cinema for free.
Wait, what is Mubi? Mubi cinema like nowhere else. Any film, any screen, anytime, anywhere. Everywhere's best cinema, curated by film lovers. Is this just like Netflix? I'm so confused. About. A place to discover ambitious films and series by visionary filmmakers. Okay. Okay. I mean, that sounds interesting, but not what I'm looking for.
The actual most interesting things that I got out of watching that film was using time as an interesting narrative tool. The way I like to describing it is you had like 4 to 5 different scenes, all chronologically, they're all like completely separately. But it looks like we were using time in a way to have all of those scenes kind of weave between each other. What I'm asking is like, what was your relationship with using time as a narrative tool in this movie?
Well, that's a very interesting subject on its own, because we're always in time, right? And the film, it's always in the present time, right? What you see, it's happening right there, but then you have to try to expand it somehow, and like concentric circles going around and come back to the same theme. So it's the themes that repeatedly come into the movie. Coming back to them, it expands your vision of time somehow, and it makes your experience more, let's say, deeper in a sense. So all these feelings of time, filmmakers do take advantage of them to immerse the viewer in the timeline of the film.
They took the racket.
What did you say?
Raymond came in during the night while we were sleeping and took the racket.
That's so strange. Who could have taken the racket?
This is a typical Jesse Plemons look. He has all these things inside him. He just wants to erupt, and then he controls it and says all his lines in a very controlled manner.
I could assume you could...
Jesse Plemons might be, I feel like, I'm trying to think, best actor of all time kind of a thing. He's got to be one of the most versatile. Man, he's such a good actor. Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there someone I would consider can act better than he can? Maybe that's a weird thing to say. He plays some of the most intriguing characters, like the most I want to say eerie, but disturbing. He can play disturbing characters really well.
Trust you had such a great performance every single take, and you're like, I don't know what take to choose. All of this is amazing. How were you able to be supporting Jesse's performances?
When you have a being like Jesse Plemons, there are certain characteristics that are very peculiar to him. He is not to the performance as per se, but to his being, which is not a performance to me. It's like being there, being that person in that situation, without pretending I am that person. That's the truth that I'm looking for.
The difference between a performance and being.
Yes.
That's a very fascinating way of like what you're looking for.
That's so strange. Who could have taken the racket? The alarm didn't go off. I'm calling the police.
Raymond knows the code, darling.
It was important for this or not to be intercut with the actor saying her lines. We had to stay on his face.
The alarm didn't go off.
To take all this tension and...
I'm calling the police.
Raymond knows the code, darling.
Then it's...
Wait, the actress's voice sounds like the Asian lady from The Menu. Did they show the face already? And what movie is this? Am I right? Is that it? Hold on. I think I'm right. Yo, if I'm right, I want to pat myself in the back because I did say this earlier and I got to stand by it now. I feel that I have a decent ear when it comes to recognizing voices. It's a very niche skill. I can't even say skill, but I usually have a good sense of like remembering or putting an actress or actor to a voice.
The viewer in the timeline of the film.
And that voice sounded so familiar. I wasn't.
The racket.
What did you say?
I'm so right. That's her, isn't? Yeah, I did say, hey, isn't that that Asian lady? I wasn't even watching the scene. Okay, because who is it? I'm thinking of the Asian lady from The Menu, and she was also in the show called Watchmen. Okay, hold on. What did I say? What's the show I was just saying? Watchmen, and then... Oh, The Menu. The Asian lady from The Menu. Hong Chow. Hong Chow. Hong Chow, Jesse Plemons. Kinds of kindness. Hells yeah, I was right. Okay. I recognize her voice. I feel proud of myself.
I'm calling the police.
Raymond knows the code.
Darling.
It was important for this shot not to be intercut with the actress saying her lines. We had to stay on his face.
The alarm didn't go off.
To take all this tension and...
I'm calling the police.
Raymond knows the code. Darling.
Then it starts.
To be precise, he picked the code out himself. You didn't know that.
We don't even cut to her. We cut directly to his narration. It's not discussion about two people. It's about what he has inside of him and how he will express it. What explains also their relation and his controlling him.
1962 is the year he was born. And there's more. The two of us are together because that's what he decided. That night in Cheval, he picked you out for me. He saw you sitting there on your own, and he told me to go over and flirt with you. I liked you a lot too, don't get me wrong, but he made me do it. He suggested I make it seem like an accident, told me to pretend I had hurt my hand to get us talking. The notes and the flowers I sent you, he wrote those. He picked out this house, these stools, he picked out this robe.
Robert, you need to be heading to the office.
I'm not done yet.
When black and white comes, it expresses, first of all this power situation. When we see Raymond for the first time, and then how Robert behaves towards Raymond, how subordinate it is for him, how he makes fun of the situation, how he orders him to do things.
There's one last thing. I never told you this before, and it's terrible what I'm about to tell you. I know that, but you need to hear it. The reason we never managed to have a child all these years is not because you couldn't. It's because Raymond was secretly paying doctors to mess things up.
Okay, I don't want to watch more of this because now it's like, I think I need to watch this movie. Sounds kind of interesting. Kinds of kindness. Okay, so I'll put this video on pause.
A bit more there. The cue is when you lunge up and go back, and then you're attacked. Right. One of the biggest challenges when you're doing a period film is not to let it feel like it's a period film, but in fact to allow the audience to enter into that world and feel absorbed by that world. Watch, then you can come back. Is that okay?
I think we felt it was an opportunity that hadn't been visited in a long time. And to revisit ancient Rome was to take them to extraordinary spectacle, extraordinary action, but all grounded in a kind of reality.
You trying to bring to Gladiator the sense of the grandeur of the Roman Empire, its greatness, and at the same time, its corruption and its decay.
It's a fascinating period to think of the achievements, the intellectual, social achievements of the Roman Empire underscored by absolute brutality, I think is still fascinating to people.
I must tell you, every time that I walk onto a movie set, I'm in awe. I'm still in awe. I'm still a little boy back in Limerick who wanted to go into movies and dreamt of it one day. And every movie I do, I walk on and I say, especially this, the size of this, when you walk in, you say, God, how did you do it? How did you think of it all? How did you marshal it in your imagination?
It's just the sheer size is a bit overwhelming and takes some getting used to.
For this production, size matters. Consistently, the one driving desire was to create a sense of scale.
Initially, I'm thinking, like, how do I do? Who am I kidding? I'm from Florida. I'm going to walk out and wave.
I've had 3 different art departments working in 3 different countries. In England, in Morocco, and here in Malta.
We made everything ourselves. We made our own costumes. We made our own weaponry, armory.
We build our old chariots.
This is just unrelenting. We have like that massive fight sequence at the beginning of the film. And that's followed by a series of massive fight sequences building up to a massive fight sequence. So we can end on this fight sequence, which is in what I describe as massive. Fight sequence alone that we just did the other week was 80 moves. 80 sword moves, regardless of the fact you're getting your ass swiped at by tigers.
The way the tiger fight goes in the movie is very dangerous. There's a lot of contact very near the actors, and so consequently you have to be very careful about the tigers actually grabbing the actors.
That was an actual
They did
tiger.
send me a memo asking
Holy
me
crap.
not to play in the soccer game. And I went, so I sent a memo back. So I can wrestle with the 4 tigers, but I can't play a girly game like soccer.
It's still dangerous.
Kiss my butt. Love Russell.
Definition of gladiators are they're slaves of entertainment.
The gladiators are a spectacle like anything else, except they pay with their lives.
If you take the stadium in Rome, the Colosseum, there were games where the games would run non-stop for 135 days. Think about it. It's immense. It's enormous.
It's going to be a magnificent marriage of old-fashioned filmmaking values and absolute cutting-edge technology in terms of the computer work that we're doing on the film.
With this shot, it comes under the auspices of showing the grand scale and scope of Rome, the city, and also of the Colosseum.
It's a chance to really make the audience feel as if they're in this period, as if they're in Rome at this time.
We can basically do anything. Given enough time and given enough money, anything is possible.
But I think filmmaking is a wonderful opportunity for recreating worlds. And I think that's what I like to do best. That's what I enjoy most, is finding stories to put within that.
See you later now.
What are you thinking? I'm thinking it's lunchtime and we bloody well ought to have done this shot by now.
The first assistant ran over and he said, "Did you hurt anything, mate? Are you all right, mate? Are you bruised? Have you ripped a muscle?" Yeah, a little battered and bruised and scratched. I don't actually think that there's one part of my body that hasn't had some kind of physical rupture, shall we say.
Rupture.
It's been a fascinating experience.
Every film has its own difficulties built into it. And it's how far you allow those difficulties.
I'm curious. Between Braveheart and Gladiator, which one has a better review? Or which one's rated higher? My assumption is Gladiator, but I'm not sure. Rotten Tomatoes. Both of these movies I haven't seen in years, so part of me is itching to watch the. I'm trying to think, what do I want to watch tonight? Okay, so Gladiator's 80 and 87%. Braveheart. No, not Captain America. Jesus. I freaking searched Braveheart, didn't I? Okay, yeah, so I was correct. But I mean, they're both kind of close. Ooh. A movie I really liked growing up was The Patriot. I'm going to guess 70%. Okay, 62 and 81. That was a good movie. Oh, it had Heath Ledger in it? I didn't know that.
Get through the door and start to control you. This wasn't difficult, it was enjoyable. I mean, how often do you get to do the German front in the Danube where you have thousands of troops fighting, Roman troops fighting the German barbarians. You don't often get to do that. To do history, your challenge really is to, see how accurate you can be in that process.
Everything that you can think of has got something to do with Rome. Perhaps if the Romans hadn't come along, we'd have a completely different culture. The army, it was a professional army. To heck with glory. You're fighting for pay, and you want to get the battle over in time for lunch. And the way to do it is to be as professional as you possibly can. Now imagine, the Roman army is stretched out. Their lines are a mile long. You have 5 lines, roughly 1,000 soldiers each. Now, the enemy charge. They are 100,000 of them in some cases. It's quite feasible. They come roaring down on you like a great avalanche. It's a shambles. And
It's
then
a shambles.
come the swords.
You start off with a huge bang in probably one of the longest sequences in the whole movie. And it's all in mud and filth and battle. The forestry commission wanted to lose some forest, so I said, I'll do it. I'll burn it to the ground. They said, good. So I had 400 meters of forest I could burn and do what I wanted.
Every picture I've done in the past 10 years has been my last. And then scripts arrive, and I don't want to read them in case I like them. And if I like them, then I say, okay, I'll do it, but this is my last. Here I am. And this part here is a dream.
Well, I'm just saying that instead of doing the line from here, it's kind of a shout. Yeah, prove your valor yet again, bollocks. But it comes right up to him here, and he says it very quietly.
He said, fair enough. Yes. Yes, Ridley?
Is it okay?
Yeah, that's cool, he said.
Oh, cool. How can I reward Rome's greatest general?
Let me go home. But with me, when you read something, it's like a chord goes ding.
It begins where the father says, you will not succeed me as emperor. And that's where the trouble begins. And that's how the story unfolds.
That leads to Max being in a totally different situation. So not crossing, just being dead in line, and then stepping from his path and spinning.
The soul of the movie was always going to be Maximus. Maximus is a Roman general at the heights of power who is thrown from power. And how to cast Maximus was very challenging because you had to completely believe his ferocity of a warrior, but you also had to believe he was a man of great principle, of great character.
I just thought Russell was fresh, new generation.
I would say he is definitely on fire.
Russ, I'm so nervous. He just took me aside and gave me words of support.
Anyway, that's enough about me. Let's talk about me.
I don't mix with people in my business, and they're probably delighted that I don't. I'm not comfortable with them. With this guy, I love him because he's grounded. He doesn't carry that Hollywood star crap with him as a kind of, I am Russell Crowe. Do you not see L.A. Confidential? Wasn't I brilliant in it?
Scalpel. I've done quite a few good operations today. I've severed a head. And I'm not quite sure what I was trying to fix, but the guy is a hell of a lot better looking now than he was with his head on.
Go through. See the guys down there, next in line. Any chair free, go through.
We've had to dress about here in the UK, 2,000.
We were in at 4 o'clock this morning to make a start. We've got 250 Germans, 300 Felix troops, 100 Felix archers, about 80 cavalry.
And we bring them through in batches. Otherwise, it's like a major stampede. Pick up their costume, change, then we put them in the mud pit.
Hair down the left-hand side, makeup down the right-hand side, and prosthetics in the small tent behind. General makeup, the dirt, the blood.
In that period, weapons were designed to do one thing and one thing only, and that was inflict a fatal wound. How many weapons were we made for this picture? It must be near 2,000, 2,500. There's 16,000 arrows just for the flaming ones, 10,000 arrows for firing.
So remove that corpse and have him slide back into the shot. How does he actually kill him? Two cameras down here, guys. Now, where's the guy on fire? I think a little higher, don't you? Then you go do Russell in reverse. That's going to be tricky, but that'll be all right.
Now he goes up the...
All right, we finally made it to my... This could be the best photo. This could end up being like the hero shot of the entire Mongolia series. Because I had a really cool moment where this... two horses meet. So they just came in for a nice little nuzzle, and I was able to capture it. I did shoot in vertical, but you'll see I'm able to crop it into landscape, and it seems to still hold up pretty well. So we're gonna have some fun, because I think this will end up being like the most poetic of all the shots that I have. So very exciting times. Let's get to it.
Can we do another one?
Not if you like.
First thing I did was to look at the hairstyles. I didn't know whether I should come out looking like Peter Ustinov or James Mason. you know, in Cleopatra or Kirk Douglas in Spartacus. So I've grown mine the beard, which is, you know, semi-Moroccan, because you don't really know, as Ridley says, we're not making a documentary.
Well, Max goes on a very strange journey from being a general who's in control of, you know, 10,000 troops in the immediate and 20 and 30,000 troops on the broader scale, is now shackled, being sold off as a slave in a market in Morocco.
A slightly different change in lifestyle, folks.
Morocco was the center part of the movie, which is part of his journey, his transition from his demise in Germany.
This is day 2 of the chain fight, and what's become a series of fights, really. I think last time we were talking was in the snow. In Morocco, they basically rebuilt a town onto an existing town.
We've been rehearsing this for 2 weeks, you know.
There we go.
That was good, because you responded to me.
Everything up until that time was good.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Period bandages. Made specially by a company here in Morocco who's been making band-aids for the last 300 years.
With shields and, you know, masks. You know, obviously that's where I got my cut from. The horn of the helmet and got my shoulder and cut deeply, but I'm a gladiator now.
The doors open and he steps out.
Camera, what's that called?
Action, boys, action, action. We needed an arena, a Romanesque arena, which is pretty large, pretty extensive, with bleachers and underneath the bleachers are prisons and holding cells for animals, etc.
Morocco was a dream. There was an empty field, which was used for football by the local people, which was the ideal place to put a small provincial arena where our hero encounters the gladiator lifestyle for the first time. I think we built almost 30,000 mud bricks using local techniques, local materials, and baked in the sun. It melted right into the existing landscape and looked like it had been there for 800 years.
When you look at the set and, you know, the crowd and whatever goes with it, you know, there's not much you need to bring the emotions out and to be there as a gladiator, you know.
I came in one move too early, right? Yeah, but that's kind of okay, because I still caught you.
This way, I'd be like that if you can, so I'm facing German behind you.
G cameras.
Background action! Action!
What you're looking at now is the interior of the Colosseum. If you went through those arches behind my back, that would take you on the streets of Rome.
Hello, everybody at home. How are you? Welcome to bed.
Maximus finally gets a transition to Rome, and he's in the Colosseum, where there's a huge battle, which is what they call the Carthage battle, which is with chariots and archers.
It is possible, if he becomes a really good gladiator, that he can get in front of this guy and exact his revenge.
Hey, Ridley, it's Russell. We go, we're shooting.
We've got a better chance of surviving if we work together.
Action.
Oh, sorry.
It was an extremely brutal life, but gladiators received 20% of what they won, so they could eventually buy their own freedom. And once they were free, it didn't mean they had to stop fighting.
The myth of heroic death, that you could claim a position in the afterlife or even in the memory of people living on through having shown bravery.
It's a question that we've all been asking and debating about is, you know, what is the desire for blood sport? Is it an escape, in a sense, from their reality?
We are ready to die, actually, for a game, for entertainment.
And then he's in a battle with 4 Bengal tigers. If you've got 4 tigers on chains, you keep letting the chain out, the arena gets smaller and smaller because there's two of you in the middle of it.
The old Bengal, well, that's probably 600 pounds, and from tail to tip of nose is about 10 feet.
Hey kids, how are we? Here we are today in the Wild Safari Park in the middle of the Malta forest. That over there is what we call here in Malta tabby cats.
They don't act, so if they act mad, they are mad.
This tiger's right here.
They're so quick. And that's what you got to watch out for. You've got to be constantly aware, remind yourself what you're dealing with.
Let's go.
Because if he gets a hold of you, you'll be dead in a second before the handler gets in there.
I was drawn to those animals.
And they got close to Russell.
It's just like fascinated by them. Lions and tigers. Pretty special.
Action! The only predictability is the unpredictability, and I think people forget that. You know, our job is to make them look tame and quiet, and in reality, they're not.
Tigers don't do what you ask them to do every time.
Gladiator, you know, that's such a boys' movie. You just think it's going to be an action movie, and my ambition was that the music would support the story, would, you know, really be emotional so that no woman would ever leave her seat in the theater. When the big moments come, they are pretty big as well.
This is the exact replica of what it would have been like in both dimension and architecture.
The problem was to try and realize how to achieve the scale, knowing how big the Colosseum was, knowing how big the empire was.
The greatest empire of its time, and Rome was the biggest city of its time. It had 1 million people in 175 AD when the story takes place. The next city that had 1 million people was 1,000 years later.
The games were the biggest thing going in the Roman Empire. They were the heart and soul of the empire. So we came to the conclusion that we were going to have to build a section of the arena, full size. It's an accurate reconstruction of the first tier only, and only about a third of that. It would have been 12 times bigger, 3 times as high, and 4 times as big around. And then using computer graphics, we would extend the scale of the set artificially.
We covered the Colosseum as if it were the Super Bowl of today. We built the top of the Colosseum, changed the inside of the Colosseum, and then populated the Colosseum with people. As these gladiators walk out, you go completely around them. So you see in 360 degrees what they see. So I look at visual effects as we're sort of a supporting actor to really bring across the story that the director wants to get across. We built a large, epic vision of Rome. In doing that, we've helped Ridley achieve his vision.
Togas and sandals and wreaths. I've tried to avoid that. Nobody lies down in this on a couch eating grapes. Yeah, I mean, it's a very lucky, fortunate, wonderful occupation, because in a way we're the last of the explorers, really.
I feel we've built Rome and fought all the battles from the Rhine through to North Africa and back into Rome.
If there's ever such a thing as movie magic, it's sitting in a room for a year, talking about story, and then one day getting on a plane, going to the location, and there's the idealized version of what you've been chatting about.
This is combining a movie about political intrigue and based factually on the events of the time with a huge action spectacular.
For an actor, the minute I put this on, you just feel like you're in a completely different world. And it's been kind of fantastic exploring that, yet making it feel natural, like it's ours.
It is a huge film, but there are so many scenes that are so intimate because they're about the truth of the feelings between the people, what is going on in their minds, in their hearts.
This is a boy's dream, you know, come and play, you know, gladiators, be a tough boy.
It's great for an actor to work with a guy like Ridley Scott, who is so in command of his profession and his craft, and he knows precisely what he wants. That is a gift for an actor.
I think it's a great old-fashioned yarn that's been really well illustrated and we ain't seen this before.
It's a fake! It's a fraud! It's a fake! not in the movie, all right? It's all just set up, like, you people at home, right? You're being fooled by these people, right? This is like this Hollywood trickery, and I wouldn't believe it now. I would look over here, because that's where the film's being made, okay? It's over there. And come on, show me. See? That's the movie. What is this? Look, and for a start, right? The guy's Scottish. He's Scottish, for God's sake. How many Scots were in fucking Rome? Not that fucking many.
Okay, let's do practice. Come on, Marky. Oh, you know. Oh, knees together, like you've been taught. Ready? Go!
Hey, look, I'm trying to work. Look off, I'm trying to work.
So where did you learn to be such a good swordsman?
Well, you know, I took a lot of lessons when I was young, actually. Every now and then you get an accident. But, yeah, no. We've just been having fun. Joaquin's come along extremely well, actually. Normally about this time, we have to start using the rubber because everyone gets worried about their fingers and everything. But with Joaquin, we've been able to use the metal all the way along, and it's been productive and positive, and hardly any injuries, so it's been good. No, he's actually excellent. I got to really get out of the way of him. He's like a jackrabbit. Like a jackrabbit, I got to move. I got to move so quick. This guy's so fast. It's unbelievable. Somebody give him a glass of wine. Give him a glass of wine. Save my life. Excuse me. Right. See, so now I'll come here, and you go like that. And then you come over, right? Yeah. Then I'm gonna come over. I'll do that, right? Then I'm gonna come. This is the headbutt in the arm. Right. That is choreography, mate. That took days, weeks of intense training.
Ready and set.
Yeah, well, in this movie, I'm playing a surgeon. As you can see, it's not in contemporary times. It's probably 10, 15 years back from where we are in real time at the moment. And as I say, I'm playing a surgeon, scalpel. I've done quite a few good operations today. We've severed a head, and I'm not quite sure what I was trying to fix, but the guy is a hell of a lot better looking now than he was with his head on. And I've taken off a couple of arms and one leg. And later on, I'm going to do, I've got an appendectomy to do, and which I'm not quite sure how successful that's going to be because I don't know what an appendectomy is. But I will find out before I do it, rest assured. Okay, see you later, folks.
Is Russell Crowe Australian, or is Russell Crowe British, maybe? British. He's New Zealander. Dang it, I should have stuck with Australian.
Can't get preparation H in Malta. Good. These are period bandages, made specially by a company here in Morocco who's been making band-aids for the last 300 years. The fellow's name is, let me think. Mustafa? Perhaps? Him and his brother Mohammed.
Why don't I just do it with
Period bandages. No expenses spared.
Thread it the wrong way. That's right. That's fine. You want to thread it the other way.
Hey kids, how are we? Here we are today in the Wild Safari Park in the middle of the Malta forest. That over there is what we call here in Malta a tabby cat. He's the smallest of his breed. He's quite cuddly. I'm just gonna go over and have a little chat with him, a little friendly, howdy-doody, little tickle under the chin. Okay? I'll see you later. I'll be back in a moment.
He does like me. Period.
What you fucking talking about, right?
That tastes like shit. This is day 2 of the chain fight. My
it's become a series of fights, really. I think last time we were talking was in the snow. And after the damage done on the day one of the first chain fight, of this chain fight, I feel like an old man. So I've asked production for one, they've just gone to find one.
Turn left. Bring your feet this way. Here we go, folks.
I have a very good friend of Rome called Biggest Ticket. Sorry, that's stolen from another movie. This is a different film. Excuse me for 1 second. Sorry.
Shut up, you fuckers!
Hi, Ron. How are you?
Yeah, well, I'll do the same exact take too. And, excuse me. That was a really good idea to come around here where it was so less noisy.
We could go in there. You go inside a chariot.
Why don't we just do it on a chariot?
And you ready for Gladiator 2?
I die at the end of this movie. No sequel.
Wait, I haven't seen Gladiator 2. Gladiator 2. My understanding is it got really bad reviews. Let's see. Ooh, but it's got Pedro Pascal. Oh, well, I was mistaken. 70 and 80%? Well, god dang. Years after witnessing the death of Maximus at the hands of his uncle, Lucius must enter the Colosseum. After the powerful emperors of Rome conquer his home, with rage in his heart and the future of the empire at stake, he looks to the past to find the strength and honor needed to return the glory of Rome to its people. Who plays the main character? Is that Pedro Pascal? Where do I see that? Paul plays Lucy. Who's this guy? Paul Mescal. Okay. Ooh, this guy. Wait, where have I seen this guy? I think, wait, does this guy have a, is he like TikTok famous? Or Instagram famous? Joseph Quinn. There's someone I follow on Instagram who does a funny like little dance videos and stuff. TikTok? And he looks like this guy. Maybe dance? Joseph Quinn doing his dance. No, that's not it. Okay, whatever. I might be wrong.
So, where were we? Take 57. I started by shooting a lot of guys that were driving around in trucks when I was trying to talk on TV. That helped me get into the movie. Well,
your crowds appreciate your energy.
Yes. Thank you so much. Now they're clapping the truck drivers because they'll shut up.
A slightly different change in lifestyle, folks.
Lions and tigers. Pretty special. You just keep running down and go, look. So you don't do that, but you want to do it. Doing your close-up talking very seriously to a piece of tape just to the right of the camera lens. Darling, I think you're fantastic. Roam the earth?
Yeah, it's really great. And
he works on these puns, you know.
here we are.
This is not a good place for an alcoholic to be.
So you're talking about
Anyway, that's enough about me. Let's talk about me.
It's an epic film.
He seems like a fun chap to be around, I guess. All right, what's next? How to direct actors. Give me something else. Give me something else. The best cinematography advice from Roger Deakins. Why 12 Angry Men is a perfect film. Haven't seen it. What really shapes a filmmaker? Steven Spielberg. 3 practical ways to become a director. Ooh, let's watch this one. Severance is an excellent
In an era
show.
where high-concept TV shows now feature impressive visual effects, sprawling fantasy worlds, and elaborate costume design and makeup, how does a show that mostly takes place in a white, windowless office end up being one of the most visually striking TV shows ever made? Flip through popular shows today, and you'll see a lot of the same kind of thing. Vaguely floaty, handheld, and Steadicam shots that drift around characters without a lot of clear motivation. The lighting is soft, low contrast, and imprecise. I'm not saying all of this is necessarily bad cinematography. There's a lot of variety and range and quality among the shows shot in this style, but we've seen it countless times, and I want to establish what the baseline is for a lot of current TV so we can see just how stark the contrast is when we go from this to this. Severance immediately feels distinct in the midst of the crowd. This is even more impressive when you consider the fact that the show could have easily been incredibly visually boring. A lot of the shots are effectively someone speaking in front of a white wall, someone speaking in front of a ceiling, or people walking through a hallway. Even the cinematographer herself almost didn't sign on because she had concerns about shooting a show that takes place almost entirely in a sunless office, but yet it works. So how did they pull this off? How did the creators of Severance transform what could have been bland and mundane into something that isn't just visually unique, but which also tells a compelling visual story? Our first clue is found here, in a photo of an unassuming, empty corporate office. A subject so mundane and bland that the idea of documenting it feels almost absurd and pointless. But the longer I look, the more I see something unsettling. This is just one of many photos found in Office, a photo book by Lars Thunbjörk published in 2001. At face value, it's just a documentation of offices from the 90s, but both series director Ben Stiller and cinematographer Jessica Lee Gagne cite it as a key visual reference for the show. And there are little details in this book that are reflected directly in the show, like this particular shade of green carpet. A closer examination of this book will reveal something deeper, something surreal and almost sinister in the images that will reveal the soul of Severance and why the look of the show is more than just an attention-grabbing aesthetic. But before we understand why the look works so well, we have to understand what it is and how it was constructed. And I'm going to do that without any major plot spoilers, so if you're not caught up or you haven't seen the show, you're safe to keep watching. The cinematography of Severance, at least within Lumen, where the majority of the show takes place, is about rigid camera movement, striking composition, and control. Jessica Lee Gagne, the show's primary cinematographer, might not have a lot to work with in terms of variety of locations or light, but she uses the space to its absolute maximum, finding new and interesting ways to shoot and compose these spaces throughout the show's 2 seasons. Take, for example, the way scenes are staged and shot in MDR, probably the room the show spends the most time in. It's a minimalistic space where the characters mostly sit around this desk, but the way each scene is shot still feels distinct and presents the space in a new way. For example, sometimes all the workers are balanced in the composition, but if one of the characters is the primary focus for the scene will often be established with shots of them from the perspective of their computer. A scene that cuts primarily between these 2 shots feels visually distinct from one that cuts between 2 shots that look like this. It's a great example of how powerful of a tool composition is. Many of these compositions use distinct striking elements, textures, and lines from the set to pull our eyes towards the faces, create conflict through contrast or division, or create frames within frames. The show's precise use of composition makes it feel immediately unique in a sea of shows where composition sometimes feels like an afterthought. Severance's use of color and light also makes it feel distinct from almost everything we're watching these days. Instead of the low contrast, soft and washed out lighting, we see high contrast and stark lighting with bright whites and very dark shadows. This is what sets Severance apart, but I want to go beyond this because I'm interested in what separates a unique visual style from a truly meaningful one. Well-shot TV shows look cool. They either develop a unique look that sets them apart, or they take the standard look and just execute on that really well. But for me, a show with a truly great visual style, one that exists in the category of best-looking shows of all time, has to go beyond either of these. It's not just about originality, it's about whether you're using the look to truly communicate your story. And this brings us to the secret ingredient that I think is key in crafting visual masterpieces, and that's intention. The stark walls and sterility of the severed floor aren't just arbitrary stylistic choices. They reflect the inhumanity of Lumen, the blank slate nature of the severed workers who exist cut off from the outside world and information, devoid of memories. The angular and boxed-in compositions aren't just a cool way to catch your eye, they're a visual expression of the way these characters are trapped and imprisoned by their environment or internally divided by severance. Within Lumen, the camera pans and tilts were not manually operated, but electronically controlled using something called a remote head. It literally gives the camera movement a robotic, inhuman precision. And the only time handheld is used within Lumen is to show a breach in its unrelenting control. When we leave the severed floor and follow the characters out into the real world, the visual language of the show, of course, then changes, highlighting the separation between these two sides of the show. The bright white walls, even soft overhead lighting that is cool and neutral gives way to darkness, dramatic side lighting, and warmer lighting with more free camera movement. In Mark's house on the outside world, Gagne wanted each scene to feel like it was lit with only a few practical lights that Mark himself.
Practical lights, that's the word. I kept forgetting what the term is for that. Because I was thinking like, oh, I was using the term natural light, but that's not true. Because like, practical lights. So that's like when you use lamps or other lighting inside an environment that you would assume would be there, right? So like I guess in this scene you got the kitchen lights, the fridge light from the windows, moonlight.
Turned on. I think in Mark's house on the outside world, Gagne wanted each scene to feel like it was lit with only a few practical lights that Mark himself turned on. I think this creates an interesting contrast where in the world of Lumen, the overhead light feels ominous and relentless. Audi Mark lives in a darker realm with harsh but dim lighting, yet it's lighting he controls. It illustrates how something that's more visually appealing on a technical level can become oppressive when our ability to control that environment is stripped away. Lumen feels like a sterile prison, and the outside world feels much more free, but one isn't obviously better looking than the other. We need to understand why these Audis are willing to subject themselves to severance in order to escape their world. This is what I mean by intention. Extensive thought was obviously given to what each choice that went into constructing the look of this show communicates to the viewer. Intention means asking whether the way the camera moves or the way Mark's house is lit helps the viewer understand the world of the show and the internal landscape of the characters. But it's not just the cinematography that's filled with intention. It would be a mistake to talk about this show and not mention the intentionality with which this world was constructed in the first place. Some of the credit for the look of the show definitely has to go to production designer Jeremy Hindle and his team. Crafting a world that feels both beautiful to look at, but also seems to hide a surreal menace beneath this thin artifice is an art in and of itself. Hindle created this world by taking inspiration not just from photography of real offices in the 90s like this, but also from artists like M.C. Escher. Escher drew surreal maze-like images of impossible realities that are often contained inescapable loops, a feeling that is frequently reflected in the hallways and passages of Lumen's severed floor. He also took design inspiration from Jacques Tati's movie Playtime, a film which also offers a humorous and playful critique of corporate offices. Perhaps most impressive is the show's distinct flavor of retrofuturism. Its technology and design elements feel unmoored from time, contributing to the sense of liminality. The world we see when we watch Severance, from the design of the Lumen logo and the buildings down to the camera movements and the furniture, was crafted with the intention of using the visual language of the show to communicate something. But what exactly is being communicated here? What is this timeless liminality, controlled minimalism, and empty sterility saying to us? Office by Lars Thunbjörk isn't just an arbitrary visual reference. I don't think Ben Stiller chose this as a visual foundation for the show simply because he thought it looked cool. Instead, there's something more elemental captured in these images that gets at the heart of what Severance is trying to convey. Art critic John Berger, in his essay The Ideal Critic and the Fighting Critic, says that what we get out of a work of art on the most profound level is the memory of the artist's way of looking at the world. For Berger, what art captures is a way of seeing, a perspective. As someone who is highly critical of the dominant economic system in our world, Berger was especially interested in how these perspectives could help people understand and claim their social rights. For Berger, the important element is less the subject matter of a work of art and more how it's conveyed. He says this is how Goya can paint a massacre in a way that doesn't glorify them, but asserts that we should be able to do without massacres in the world. So we want to consider, what is Lars Thunbjörk's way of seeing the office spaces, and how does that compare to Severance's way of seeing? To me, Thunbjörk saw these spaces in a way that reveals a fundamental inhumanity. Even when people appear in the photos, it feels like they're not thriving there, but
Okay, I think I finished. For now, I'm happy. I'm satisfied with the edits here. I have two different styles. So this one's a bit softer, a little bit softer in terms of the approach. A bit more of that kind of glowy haziness from the sunlight. So yeah. And then the other one, I think I went with a slightly darker approach, a bit wider angle. So yeah. One plays to the dark, one plays to the bright, but then both are basically at the same moment, right? So you got two to choose from. I'm not sure which one I prefer. They both add value. I'll just probably have to at some point review these again and see which one stands out the most. But yeah, it's kind of fun to... This one, there's a few different angles I could go with it. So I don't know. I think this one looks fine. So there we go. And now we get to have the cool frontal shot as well. So I've got a number of these that should be pretty fun to edit. So let's get to it.
In spite of the cold, lifeless container that surrounds them. Any stark, abstract beauty that we might find in these spaces comes not from the spaces themselves, but the way Thunbjörk forces interesting compositions out of them. What I find striking, though, is the way that humanity seems to assert itself in spite of an environment that is attempting to diminish it. Presented without context or description, we wonder what kinds of work went on here and who the people were who spent long hours in these offices, perhaps with little or no access to sun. They seem to exist out of time and space. These photos present offices that feel like anonymous silos meant to contain humans that are there merely to facilitate the movement of data, working at the direction of those far above them in the corporate structure that they may have little or no direct access to. One is a book of documentary photos, the other is a science fiction television show, but both of these works to me seem to contain a similar way of seeing. One of the most brilliant science fiction writers of our time, Ursula K. Le Guin, once said, "Science fiction is not predictive."
I like Ursula K. Le Guin. I haven't read a lot of Ursula's books, but the one I think it's called The Lathe of Heaven. K. Le Guin, The Lathe of Heaven. Short story. Man, should I reread this? It was such a fascinating read. The Lathe of Heaven. I wish I could be a writer, man. If I wasn't so lazy and lacked the skills. But yeah, Lathe of Heaven, really good book. I should probably, you know what? Should I watch or should I read more of Ursula's books? Top books. 10 must-read books by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Ursula. Okay, let's go with Goodreads. I did read The Left Hand of Darkness. A Wizard of Earthsea. I have not. I have the book. I don't think I've read. No, I haven't read it. Lathe of Heaven, number 4. Okay. All right. So, but realistically, I don't know if I'll get back into reading anytime soon.
It is
I don't have
descriptive.
the time.
And this is, to me, how I understand Severance. It's not about solving the technical mystery, about figuring out what the goats are for, although those kinds of things are fun to talk about. Instead, I see Severance as a metaphorical, surreal reflection of our own reality. We see the basic functioning of corporate structure, office work, and life under capitalism, but with a sense of time, place, and other labels scrubbed away. This allows us to perhaps see with fresh eyes our own predicament. I'd argue that Severance is one of the best looking shows ever made, not just because it's technically well crafted and visually unique, but because the visual language of the show speaks and reveals a way of seeing the world that communicates something to us and resonates deeply with us, even if we don't fully understand it on an analytical level. Take, for example, these shots of characters switching between their severed selves. These are brilliant visual depictions of the mechanism of severance as it happens in the show, but they're also a perfect emotional metaphor for a moment so many of us have experienced in real life. That moment where you code switch for a professional environment, shutting off or pushing down some very real part of your personality or emotional life that is incompatible with the environment you have to be in order to make a living. This is how the look of Severance works on a visual poetic level. Sometimes the visual choices feel like they have a very concrete meaning, like the compositions that highlight the divided nature of the characters' selves, or the compositions that highlight how the characters feel trapped and blocked in by their environment. But even if you haven't worked in an office that looks like this or this, I'd venture to guess that part of why you connected so easily with these characters is because you relate to how it feels to live and work in this environment. Visual language can communicate difficult, mysterious ideas that we struggle to put into words, but that's the beauty of film and TV. You don't have to put it into words. You can see it and feel it. The question is, what do we learn by applying the way of seeing that Severance gives us to our own world? Does it, as Berger says, help us better understand our human rights, even if it's just to show how they're being violated by systems of power and control? Severance does these things with the storytelling, the writing, and the performances. But I also think if you turned off the sound and understood none of the dialogue, the core premise of the show would still be communicated just through the images. There's not many television shows I could say that for. This is how the best films and TV shows are more than just entertainment. They reflect the world around us in a way that gives us a new, fresh perspective on our own environment, provoking us to ask ourselves why it is the way it is, if it needs to be that way, and what it means to try to live as a human in such a world. Maybe it's a coincidence, and maybe it isn't, that Lumen appears to be run by boomers. They get a bad rap, but are they really to blame for all the wealth inequality in this country? That's the question Tom Nicholas investigates in his documentary Boomers, a Nebula original, which you can watch right now on Nebula, alongside a bunch of other incredible content from other creators. On Nebula, you'll also get all my regular videos without any ads or sponsorships, as well as exclusive videos, like my video about the time I edited both parts of Dune into one film and then watched it all in one sitting. You can find links to all of this, including my channel on Nebula, below, and if you use those links or the QR code on the screen to sign up, you'll get 40% off the annual plan. Nebula is an affordable service that gets you early ad-free access to a ton of thoughtful content, and if you already have it, you can now buy gift cards that allow you to gift Nebula to other people in your life you think might enjoy it. Head over to Nebula and watch Boomers to see if they're really responsible for the world that Severance is critiquing. When you use my links or head to nebula.tv/ThomasFlight, you're going to get that 40% off the annual plan, and it supports the work of creators like me. So thank you so much to the viewers who have supported my work by signing up for Nebula. Please try to enjoy every video equally.
Thank you, Thomas Flight. I think it's like the second video we've watched of his, maybe third. Oh yeah, we watched this one right in the thumbnail. What does most acting win? Why does most acting win all the award? I don't know what that means. Quentin Tarantino. What else? What else? Roger Deakins. Okay. Artist showing up. Ooh, here we go. Marquise Brownlee.
I was told to make my bed before making a hotel room video because it makes it feel more put together. So, all right, I am out here in California because today was Apple's WWDC, their Worldwide Developer Conference 2026. And every year, this is where we expect all the announcements for all their latest in software. iOS, macOS, watchOS, etc. And this year they did some of that. But they actually mostly breezed through that stuff pretty quick and then got down to like the two main new topics, which were trust and safety for
AI.
kids and Apple Intelligence.
Of
in the
course.
New Siri. Now the breezed through updates part I actually liked because that was actually, instead of being just like new feature, visual overhaul, liquid glass, all this fun random new stuff, it was actually a little bit more of a holistic, like combing through some of the stuff that's been needing attention that hasn't been getting it lately, the smaller details. Like a lot of the recent updates with liquid glass and all these pretty visual, dramatic updates have been, you know, I think it would be lying if we said they didn't feel a little sloppy sometimes. We've all seen the stories about battery life going down or performance degradation getting kind of weird or just bugs here and there with things like readability. So through all of their operating systems, iOS 27, iPadOS 27, watchOS, tvOS, and macOS, which the new one is now called Golden Gate, they'll mostly look roughly the same, but they'll have a lot of the under-the-hood stuff that's actually improved. So things like smoothness of animations, apps opening faster, and they drop some other bangers like tweaked app icons and matching corner radiuses, sidebar icons getting their color back, and adding a slider now for how transparent or tinted you want liquid glass to actually be. They actually will let you make it even more.
I'm not a designer by any means. I think I have a decent eye for things. I do know at least one or two of my designer friends, 2 or 3 maybe. They are not fans of that whole liquid glass concept. They did shit on it quite extensively. So I don't know if that's just like the nature of, it's just fun to be contrarian. Although it seems like universally people have not liked the liquid glass concept. So yeah.
Or clear, which I swear no one asked for, but yeah, there's a slider there now. But yeah, faster app launching, more smooth system animations, more complete and thorough indexing for Spotlight, 80% faster airdrops, which I saw that on the slide and I was like, that sounds amazing, as long as you can also make airdrop work more of the time. I think it's the attention to detail stuff like that we should see improvements with. Some other highlights, Vision Pro. You'll be able to use panorama shots you've taken now as environments. So before it was just like a handful of Apple provided ones like Mars, I think it was, and Yosemite and Mount Hood, etc. Now you can have your own, finally. And my personal favorite that they did add, custom EQ for AirPods, which, okay, great, finally, I'll take it. It feels like this is a grab bag of things that they kind of wanted to throw in to make sure they had some real stuff to announce because it was mostly the AI, but if that means we get EQ finally in the world's most popular earbuds,
Well, the thing that piqued my interest, I don't really particularly care about virtual reality stuff, mainly because I hate putting on the headset. It's just so uncomfortable to think about putting on this headset and for an extended period of time. But I have been thinking about the way I travel, especially with the cameras that I'm using to capture everything. If I'm using these like 360-degree cameras, imagine me in the forest chasing after a chimpanzee. And if I have the 360 camera rolling, which I am, is that something that can feed into an Apple, what do you call it? Apple, whatever the Apple headset is called. Can you feed it into that platform so other people, so that it can basically create a 360 world so someone else can actually look around in 360 degrees and see whatever it is that I captured? That would be a really interesting application of that VR platform where I can let people see a glimpse into my travels using the 360 cameras. So that is one thing I would be curious about. Actually, let's ask ChatGPT. Where are you? Amber, I'm curious about how the whole VR technology has evolved, where if I'm traveling and I'm capturing a lot of content using, let's say, DJI 360, Osmo 360 camera, or like the Insta 360s. If I'm using a 360-degree camera, and let's say if I'm filming an entire trek in the jungle for chimpanzees, is the tech good enough, and is the quality or the resolution of the footage good enough that I could then take that 360-degree file and put it into one of those Apple Vision platforms, so someone with a headset could actually follow along what I recorded in 360-degree?
Well, partner, the tech these days ain't half bad. Those 360 cameras have gotten mighty sharp. You can shoot in 5.7K or even more, which is enough detail for those fancy headsets. Now, don't go expecting IMAX magic, but you can certainly give folks a decent immersive view, like they're right there in the jungle with you. Just don't trip over a vine while filming. Even VR can't fix human clumsiness.
So you're saying it is possible? So could I just feed the raw file directly into the Apple Vision environment, and then people can actually just play it with the headset and basically move around freely when the video is playing or when it's paused?
Well, you ain't gonna just toss that raw file in like a horseshoe and expect it to land perfect. You'll need to stitch and export it properly, usually as an equi-rectangular video. Once it's in a standard format, those headsets can handle it just fine. Viewers can look around all they want. They'll be spinning like a cowboy trying to rope a calf.
Is this something people are already doing that I can hop into, or what?
Oh, folks are already out there doing it. VR nature experiences, travel vlogs, people got their virtual boots on, wandering around jungles and oceans in headsets. You just got to make sure your work stands out. No one's going to be impressed if all you show is blurry leaves. But yes, you can hop right in. Just be sure you're wrangling that footage right.
Is it compatible with the Osmo 360?
The DJI Osmo 360 or whatever 360 gadget you've got spits out a standard stitch file when you process it. And yes, once you've exported it right, it'll be compatible with Apple's headset or other VR platforms. Just don't leave it in its raw, unstitched form. So yeah, that little camera is good enough to transport someone right into your jungle trek, if you handle it right.
Okay, I'm curious. So I can view my 360 files on the Apple Vision Pro, not as RAW files. Vision Pro's native photo and files apps cannot process RAW. You have to process, stitch, and transfer the files. Okay, so what? For video, okay, I have to export it into final. Okay, so I have to export it as a standard HEVC or H.265. For 360 video, you can view standard stitched files directly from the Files app or by using third-party 360. Okay. Okay, let's see if there's a YouTube video on this. Okay, let's see. 360 files, Apple Vision. There we go. I need something like this.
This is Jeff Benjamin with 9 to 5 Mac. I'm outside right now at the park, and it is a beautiful day. A little muggy, but a beautiful day nonetheless.
In this video, I show what it's like to use the Insta360 X4 8K 360 action camera with Apple Vision Pro. So folks, this is the Insta360 X4 8K 360 action cam. And as its name states, it can capture 360 degrees around you thanks to two super ultra wide cameras that capture at 4K and then are stitched together for a relatively seamless experience 360 degrees around you. And you could probably guess why I was interested in looking at the Insta360 X4, besides all of its action cam properties and all the other cool stuff this thing can do, which I will talk about in an upcoming video. But what I wanted to focus on here was how does it work with the Apple Vision Pro? So like its predecessor, it has 4 internal microphones that allow you to capture some nice spatial audio. You also have a USB-C port for connecting to your Mac or to your iPad. And of course you have the battery here with its water seal. And the cool thing, this unit is waterproof up to 33 feet out of the box. So you can see that seal there. And you also saw that micro SD card slot as well. Accessory to 10 feet or but let's go ahead and just take some footage now. Let me
That's pretty cool.
So while I was at the park, I captured quite a bit of footage in 360 degrees. So you plug in your Insta360, the Insta360 Studio app is going to ask you to import. It gets all the gyro data, and then you can actually edit your 360 degree videos right in Insta360 Studio. So you can, of course, trim the footage if you want to do that and more. Now, of course, you can also edit 360 video within Final Cut Pro or your other NLE of choice. But in this case, I just want to export it for playback on my Vision Pro. So you hit the export button, you select 360 degree video, and then you can change your various parameters, rename it, you can change the resolution, codec, bitrate, etc. So you can even export this as ProRes 422, but that's going to be a massive file, so you definitely probably want to choose H.264 or H.265. Then you start your export, and you can see the export going there. I sped it up a little bit, but it doesn't take too long to export the footage. And once it's exported, it is ready to play back on your Vision Pro. But first, we have to get it there. So what we're going to do is simply airdrop it to the Vision Pro.
What? You can do that?
And you can see on my Vision Pro, I received it. It puts it in the Photos
Okay,
app,
okay.
but you can still see it's not stitched properly.
Also, I was expecting like a full screen.
Well, here is where third-party applications come in handy. So we're going to download Moon Player. So open the App Store within Vision OS, search for Moon Player, and then download Moon Player. So that's what we're going to do right here. So there we go. Let's go ahead and download that. And this is going to allow us to play back that video in true 360 degrees.
Oh man,
so
this is going to be crazy.
Player, choose Open from Album, and then find the airdropped 360 degree video. So you can still see it's not stitched, but all you do is click this little button here, select 360. And there you go, folks. So now you get true 360 degrees. When you're turning your head, you can see all the way around you, up, down, left, right. It is pretty awesome. And
Oh
it kind
my
of just
God.
puts you back to where you were when you shot that video
Anyway,
with your
so I'm
Insta360.
recording. 360 degrees right here. And I don't even need to do this because it is 360 degrees, period. So I'm just outside right now. This is Jeff Benjamin with 9 to 5 Mac. I'm outside right now at the park, and it is a beautiful day. A little muggy, but a beautiful day nonetheless.
Oh my
And,
god.
yeah, so this will hopefully look really good on the Apple Vision Pro.
So what do you guys think? Do you think the Insta360 X4 is a good accessory to have if you're a Vision Pro owner?
Okay, so this is it's something I was hoping would happen. I just didn't know it's already available. Because I do shoot with the 360 on my trips. Like I said, I was doing it on the jungle treks for the chimpanzees. So you can imagine I could publish this as a video that you could watch using the Apple Vision Pro. And you can actually like join me on that trip. Okay. Anyways, some food for thought for me later to think about. Let's keep going. I need to finish this video. Where was it?
When everyone else has had it for years, then I'll take it. So there's good stuff, much needed in my opinion, lots of little details, and I'm sure we'll find much more stuff when we actually use these that weren't announced in the keynote. I plan on downloading these betas and getting to test them and reviewing them, of course, so make sure you get subscribed here to see those reviews first when they do come out. So then they got to trust and safety. This was the whole middle section of the keynote, and it was basically them going down this rabbit hole, I guess you could say, of trying to tell people that the best experience that your kids can have is with their own device that is controlled by their parents. You can probably see where this is going. So they talked through a ton of child safety features, stuff like a dedicated child account so that the parent account can control which apps they can download and which websites they're allowed to visit and who they're allowed to talk to, obvious stuff. There's new, more granular screen time features so you can see how they spent their day and then use a scheduler to adjust when they're allowed to spend more or less time in certain types of apps. Like obviously watching a movie on the weekend is cool, but scrolling Instagram for 3 hours when they're supposed to be in school, well, that's a no-go. So the upside here is obviously much better safety and controls for parents that directly addresses the concerns that they might have had about the websites and the content and the apps that their kids have had access to. And the cynical read is also get your kid an iPhone. You remember get your mom an iPhone? Now it's also get your kid an iPhone, because trust us, it's the best one. Like we've talked about this before, we already know how dominant Apple is with iPhones, especially with younger people in the US, and getting them on an iPhone as young as possible makes them much more likely to have an iPhone and use it in their adult life. And so this is like the lowest common denominator version of that, which is the best possible parental controls means the youngest possible iPhone users, which means more iPhones in the future. Yeah, makes sense. But the big thing we all expected them to talk about here, which they finally got to, was the new Apple Intelligence and the new Siri. And they got to all of that. And I would say the new Siri is exactly what we were expecting. Like, in terms of capability, pretty much straight down Broadway, like no dramatic surprises, nothing that they announced that made us go, oh my god, that's crazy. No letdowns either, which is great, but yeah, it's about what we expected. The basics are you'll now be able to trigger the new Siri on the iPhone by either swiping down from the dynamic island or holding down that power button while you talk to it. It has this slightly new animation and this general new look, plus a new, more expressive voice. And then it launches you into a conversational chat that pulls from Apple's new broad world knowledge base, cites its sources when it has some of those, and lets you click through to that, which I tried. That is nice. And then it syncs your conversation history inside a new Siri app, and that syncs across your whole ecosystem. So your Mac, your iPad, your iPhone. It doesn't remember every single thing you ask Siri, but it definitely saves the more interesting conversational things it thinks you might want to come back to. So here's the angle. Here's the thing, right? We already know people have lots of other great AI models to choose from. People have the ChatGPT app on their phone. They have Gemini. They have Claude already. The way that Apple, every single time, the way Apple jumps into a new product category, which I think this is they make it the best one to work with the iPhone. So Claude and Gemini and GPT are really good at other things, but Apple's series is going to be the one that can plug into all of the knowledge of what it has on your device, indexing everything that's actually on your iPhone. Now, I am planning on doing an entire separate video, like I said, reviewing this, demoing it, showing exactly what it's capable of, because it does have some quirks already, some interesting things that it is not doing that I expected, like showing the transcription as you're talking instead of when you're done. Little stuff like that. Again, stay tuned for the full review. But I think they just basically played it extremely safe. They did the stuff that you'd expect Apple's to do and nothing more. It was kind of funny that through this whole keynote, there were a ton of live demos, almost as if to say, yeah, we know a lot of you are rightfully skeptical, and we learned our lesson from last time, so here we go. This time it's definitely working for real, and we're showing you exactly what it can do. So yeah, what can it do? It can look through your messages, through your photos, your calendar, and pull answers to questions from that stuff. And it can take actions inside these apps. So it can send messages, add stuff to your calendar, set reminders, all the most basic stuff. And that's why I say it's like, it's about right, like it's straight down the middle. It's not going all the way to doing like this insane agentic stuff that Google was just showing on stage with Gemini just a couple weeks ago at I.O. Like I had those concerns about asking Gemini to take a picture of a concert poster and it buys tickets for you. Like, I don't know, is it gonna get that right? Is it gonna spend too much money? Is it gonna get the right seats or the right dates? Is it gonna hallucinate something weird? I don't know. But this Apple one, it's just gonna stop short and it's just gonna add it to your calendar. Just do the safe thing. But unlike the other stuff, it has the advantage of knowing what's in your iPhone. So if you use an iPhone, GPT can't pull from your messages, Claude can't pull from your Apple Calendar, Gemini doesn't see this stuff. It's Siri that will actually be most helpful with the context of, you know, all the personal information that never leaves your device. Now Siri can also pull from what's on your screen too, and they added a new camera mode literally inside the camera app that's just an updated version of the visual intelligence stuff we've seen. So just definitely surfacing it to a lot more people this way. So, you know, people are gonna be taking pictures of stuff and then identifying it with visual intelligence. You could also see how this would be particularly useful if you were making smart glasses at some point. But now my number one concern watching all of this was, what about third-party apps, right? Like obviously, okay, it's Siri. Of course it should be able to pull conveniently from that iMessage conversation that I had. It knows my contacts, but what about that WhatsApp conversation that I had? Or what about pulling from my Google Calendar instead of my Apple Calendar? What about sending something to, I don't know, a separate notes app that I like to use instead of Apple Notes? What about all that? And I plan on digging into this way more when I actually get my hands on with the OSs, but it seems like the answer is, as long as the developer has enabled like app intents and the App Store knows what type of app it is, then it can be summoned intentionally by the user. It doesn't seem like it can be a default, but you can decide to use other apps if you tell it to do that. It's like by default, if you ask it, hey, Siri, remind me of like that podcast that Greg recommended me and play it. It will, of course, if it's an iMessage conversation, find it and then start playing it in Apple Podcasts. But if you don't want to, you could say, play it in Spotify or Pocket Casts, and then it would know that that's also a podcast player and it would do the app stuff and do the same action in that app for you. So as long as you tell it you want to use a third-party app, you can. But I definitely need to push this to see how far it goes. Like, is it going to be able to do geo-fenced recurring tasks in TickTick, my app of choice, instead of Apple Reminders? Maybe, I don't know. Is it going to be able to pull from WhatsApp group chats if it has like the same set of contacts as iMessage? TBD. We'll see. But here it is. Here's the most disappointing slide from the whole keynote. This is the list of every device that supports the newest, most powerful Siri on-device models. So yeah, the only iPhones that will run it are the iPhone Air and 17 Pro. It's because those are the ones with 12 gigs of RAM. Kind of hilarious considering the iPhone 16 was built from the ground up for Apple Intelligence and is already outdated before that stuff is even coming out. But I'm told that the only difference between the most advanced on-device models and the ones that all the other iPhones will be getting, like the 16, is the new Siri voice and the updated dictation features. Also, fun fact, in Vision Pro, Siri is just this little floating orb in your space, and when you want to activate it, you literally just look at the orb and start talking, and since there's eye tracking, it knows and responds. Clever. So you can ask it about, you know, the windows you have open, or even any of the objects around you in your real estate.
Do I need to get this Apple Vision Pro? Man, I literally have zero interest in that. And I'm about to eat my own words where I said I really don't like these VR solutions. But to be fair, I guess the Apple Vision is like a mix of, it's like augmented reality, right? Or mixed reality, I guess. So it's not just like, you know, you can't see anything in the real world. It's just overlaying on the world you see, which is like a better feature than I usually don't like the whole full VR mode where everything's virtual. But seeing that guy put on the headset, it actually looked better than I expected. Because I guess the last time I put on one of these headsets is from like 5, 6, 7 years ago. And those things are super bulky. To be fair, I've never tried on one of these Apple Vision Pro sets. So it does look slightly more comfortable, to be fair. But if I'm shooting a lot more of this 360 camera footage from my travels, it could behoove me to actually see how that content looks on one of these screens. Because then that means I should just shoot a lot more 360 stuff going forward. Huh. Okay, let's see the price. How much is a Vision Pro? I can't really justify making any more purchases. Oh, geez, it's like $4,000 basically. Okay, well, one of these days, all right? I don't think I can justify that right now.
Space. Reminds me a lot of Circle to Search on the Galaxy XR headset. Remember that demo? You could just sort of point at something and Google it in real life. Very useful. But then there's also some new Apple Intelligence things that they talked about that aren't part of the new Siri. Like if you have a ton of Safari tabs open, it can automatically arrange them into groups for you based on topics and then automatically keep them sorted. And then you can also describe a Safari extension with natural language and it'll just build it, which is really cool for especially things like the most ultra niche thing that you want your web browser to do. Or even better, you can describe a Siri shortcut with natural language and it will build that Siri shortcut for you and let you edit it after the fact with the full-on editor. So this is a great way to make that sort of stuff much more accessible. Exact same thing Google just did with their home automations. Just describe the automation, it'll build it, then you can edit it later. Speaking of home, the update where those like 15 notifications you might get in a row all get summarized and consolidated into one updating notification from Apple Home. Finally, that is long overdue and much welcome. Plus, you can search through your footage to find clips of anything like a package delivery. There's also the new photo editing tools, which will now not just do cleanups, but it will also now offer to extend the outer edges of your image by up to 25%. And the demos I've seen seem to work really well, extending in all directions. And it immediately makes me wonder if I can just take that finished image and then extend it again, and again, and again. I don't know. How far can it go? And then there's also spatial reframing, which is quite literally turning the image using what it can figure out with AI about depth to work out what should be in the new background with new perspective. This is really the closest they've ever gotten to bending the definition of what is a photo. Very technically impressive party trick, but I think maybe still a party trick. It's weird. I don't see people doing this a lot, but it is crazy if it works. This is also one of the things that they had to mention will have limited daily use. If you want to update your total use, because this uses their more powerful cloud models, if you want more usage, then you have to update your iCloud subscription to get more. Oh, and then maybe the most Apple thing ever is the new Passwords app. Will be able to identify, first of all, if you have a compromised password or a weak password. And then the feature is it will be able to agentically go to that website, log in with your weak password, go through the menus and change it to a more secure password for you, and then save and remember that secure password. Super, super clever, very convenient. And that also basically means you're locking yourself a little bit more into that Passwords app because that's now the one that knows your new passwords. In fact, that might have been the theme for this whole event. The irony is not lost on me that they named the newest version of macOS Golden Gate, because when the walls of that walled garden are golden gates, it's like maybe it's not so bad in there anyway, right? Maybe if you use iMessage and Apple Calendar and Safari and all of their services, it's kind of nice. Unless you're a HomePod user. There was no mention of the HomePod for the entire keynote, the entire event. You remember the HomePod, that little Siri box with nice speakers in it? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that one. Oh, and then one more sneaky reference at the end. So if you were still paying attention an hour in with like 10 minutes left in the keynote, there was a slide. They showed some new developer tools that would help you build your app to resize dynamically to different aspect ratios, which is that's interesting. What kind of device would have multiple aspect ratios that you need your app to? Right. Tell me you have a foldable coming without telling me you have a foldable coming. Anyway, get subscribed for those full reviews, and make sure to leave a comment below if there's something specific that you want to see tested when I get my hands on all that beta software. And also make sure to get shopping for Father's Day with the sponsor of this video, Ridge. So reminder, Father's Day is coming up. It's June 21st. And so Ridge is offering up to 40% off a whole bunch of the stuff on their site, which makes really great gifts. So since there's so many good things, I'm just going to speed run some of the very best ones. So for dads, first off, there's the Ridge Power Bank, 5-in-1 charging, MagSafe, Apple Watch Pad, USB Type-C, and Lightning cables, all in one device. 10,000 milliamp hour capacity with a kickstand. That's enough to charge 2 iPhone 17 Pros. And it's the one charger that actually does it all. So then there's one of my new favorite items, the tracker card, which works with Apple's Find My network. It's IP67 rated, and it has a battery that lasts up to 5 months and can be wirelessly charged. Also, it's plenty loud when you need to find it. And of course, wallets. So the new Heritage in oil waxed leather, giving it an old school look. Or if your dad loves the outdoors, these topographical wallets are inspired by real elevation maps of Yosemite and Yellowstone and the Great Smoky Mountains. Very clever. Use the link below, ridge.com/mkbhd, to get up to 40% off for your dad or for yourself. I'm not judging. And hey, if you get something that's not the right fit, they have a 99-day free return policy, no questions asked. So that's been it. Thank you for watching. I'll look forward to...
All right. Good timing, because now I've officially finished, finally finished all of the photos from Mongolia. Oh, Christ, it took a while, but we got there. So, what does that mean? Well, I'm finished, but now I have to do like a once-over, double-check all of my 4-star and above shots, and then I'm gonna readjust and figure out my new arrangement of 5-star photos. As of now, I have 236 photos in total that I had 4-starred or above. Of that 236, realistically, some of these are like duplicates. For example, you can see I have like 4 shots that look roughly the same. These 3 plus the one I ultimately ended up working on. So this one, for example, will be the final cut. So this is the 5-star photo, whereas the other 3 are the throwaway shots. This is not making it to 5-star. So of the 236 photos, ideally it'll drop to like, I don't know, maybe 200, not 200, like 100 to 120 photos. I think that's like the best amount to work with. If I repeat the same process as I did for my past 2 YouTube videos around this, where it's like photo montages, I try to find like a single soundtrack, roughly 3 minutes or so, like a decent length, catchy soundtrack, but then that's something where I could apply these photos on top of it, synchronize it, so it feels like it's the right mood to go with the moment. So yeah, and then once I have that, then I can start posting that as a YouTube video, and then we're done with Mongolia. So I feel like this is a good place for me to stop today. We're just hovering around 10 p.m. I should go longer, but also I haven't eaten dinner again. And I think I need to go to sleep early for a change. I've been sleeping a little bit late the last few days. So, all right. Are my cats here? We got one cat. Nala still here. Look how pretty she is. She looks super adorable. Good girl, Nala. Yeah, Nala. Good girl. Yeah. Oh, here she comes. I just brought her over. Good girl. You want to come up? You want to come here? All right, good girl. Okay, anyways, yeah, I think this is a good place for me to pause for the day. So thank you very much, guys. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. I'll be back tomorrow, Wednesday, another day. But the good news is, by tomorrow, we're done with Mongolia, so now I can focus on 2 countries. It'll be Uganda videos and Sri Lanka. So now I'm going to start preparing for like a Sri Lanka vlog style video that I could post. So